bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Y'all, welcome and happy Thursday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, high topics. We might get a little political, so that's a every now and again. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of topics to get to, including we got to talk about Matthew Lillard while he was out promoting Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Gave a little inside tea on the Scream 7, well, him coming back as Stu Macher in Scream 7, the movie's tone, and the test screenings, which are careening on the side of positive. So we're getting that. Plus, he also opened up about Mike Flanagan's upcoming CARRIE TV series and saying that basically it reflects the world that we're living in and how it was a great time working on that. Plus, Stephen Amell wants to play Green Arrow again and gives commentary on possibly coming back as Oliver Queen for the DCU. Netflix, we talked about this like maybe a couple weeks ago. We've been talking about it for a while. A lot of people trying to throw their hat in the ring regarding this whole Warner Brothers buyout situation. We already know that Paramount is hell bent on trying to get their hands on it. Netflix apparently has been throwing their hat in the ring and says that if they do acquire Warner Brothers, they will put the movies in theaters, even though Netflix don't even like putting their own movies in theaters. So we'll talk about that. Plus, Ariana Grande got a case of the COVID, or as I like to call it, the 19. And she says that the Eternal Sunshine Tour will be her last hurrah. I got some great news regarding the Weeknd's After Hours Till Dawn tour, even though he's still on that tour and won't be done until 2026. He's breaking box office records, so we'll get into that. Kevin Spacey running around here saying that he's homeless and living in hotels and Airbnbs ever since he got into that situation with the sexual harassment claims and all this stuff. His career's pretty much been ruined. But he said he don't have a permanent home. She living the life of a gypsy. So we're getting to that. Plus, good, I guess, good news regarding Vin Diesel and his sexual battery lawsuit. Smokey Robinson out here laying low and spreading the rod, rubbing his peen on male employees or a male employee. So Smokey out here being a freak. So we got that. Plus, Stefon Diggs is suing an influencer for defamation over SA allegations. We got news on Pras Michel's prison sentence. Yes, he was sentenced a couple hours ago, so we'll get into that. We got to talk about a lot of Housewives news, including Wendy and Eddie Osefo was out here stunting and doing credit card fraud and coming up with aliases to mask their identity while they was out here living beyond their means. Teresa Judice and Joe Gorga seem to have gotten, worked things out, and now they're siblings again. Like they're not fighting for now. So we're getting into that, and then how some of the housewives are pretty much weighing in and giving whether or not they feel like is it genuine, is it not genuine, are they trying to just do this to get back on the show? I'll give my overall thoughts on that. Kim Zolciak is revealing the final straw that ended her marriage to Croy Bierman. Andy Cohen is revealing why Madonna won't appear on Watch What Happens Live. Glenn Close threw some shade at Kim Kardashian's acting on that All's Fair show. And plus, Kim saying that wait, hold on. Did I oh yeah, I put that twice. Kim Kardashian is out here revealing that why she no longer finds dating appealing. I got this story that came out about this DoorDasher who posted a video of this guy who she dropped food off for. Um Went in the house. The man was naked on the thing, said she was sexually assaulted. He was naked and passed out, said she was naked and she was sexually assaulted. And basically now her behind wound up in handcuffs. So we'll get into that story because that was a mess. And then now there's a story coming out regarding OnlyFans is being investigated by a New York law firm for, a potential class action lawsuit. Apparently, there was some stuff going on that people felt like they were subscribing to people's OFs and wasn't getting what they were paying for. And so now they're suing OF. So there's lawsuits and things going on with that. We got that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, and there's a lot because I counted it's like 20. Like Jesus, I don't think I've ever done that many topics on this show, but we're gonna fly through them as much as I possibly can. But before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. It definitely helps with the algorithm. I did see like yesterday's episode hit over, got big numbers on the because now that I have this thing where I can tell the amount of people that watch on their phone versus the amount of people that watch on laptops or iPads or whatever the case is. And the numbers are much bigger on the phone. So that's why I'm like keeping both versions. The phone one did big numbers yesterday. It did over almost 3,000, which is pretty big for this little channel. So um I appreciate all of y'all that come in and spill the tea with me in the comments and all that good stuff. I don't take y'all coming back for granted and all that stuff. So y'all are definitely helping with the channel and all that. Okay, so I see we got a couple of people already in the comments. I'll get to those right after the first topic. So without further ado, let's get into topic number one, which is let's talk about Matthew Lillard. So Matthew Lillard, well, we already know Scream is going to be coming out in about what, 2 months? But next month, we have Five Nights at Freddy's Part 2 about to hit theaters. I already saw it. Josh Hutcherson is making the rounds promoting the movie. I saw him actually the other day at the UFC fight. He was there. He's short and cute, but nevertheless, he a little one. He a little pocket. I was gonna say if he was gay, he'd be a pocket gay. But I saw him there. And Matthew Lillard's been making the rounds, and of course, with him making the rounds in regards of Five Nights at Freddy's and all this other stuff, you already know there's going to be a lot of comments or people asking him about his, how much of a role does he have in Scream 7 because it's been announced he was a part of it, casting back when they were filming the movie. And even seeing the trailer, you heard his voice at the end. This is going to be fun. Like you heard his voice at the end of the trailer. So now, yes, he is speaking out and he's giving his overall thoughts without spilling too much. So so shout out to Comic Book Movie for this story, because he said that the movie's tone will be more in line with the earlier installments. So Christopher Landon, as y'all know, was originally set to direct Scream 7, and fans responded positively to the news. He found the right balance of horror and comedy, of course, in films like Happy Death Day and Freaky, which I like a lot of his stuff, and I also like Drop. So I know that movie didn't do all that well at the box office, but if you have not gotten around to seeing Drop, definitely check it out. It had like this whole suspenseful Hitchcockian type of tone to it. It definitely was a really good movie, so I highly recommend that. And one of the things about Christopher Landon, when you watch a lot of his films, you could definitely see that he was inspired by his film, and the way he sets things up and the overall tone definitely feels similar to what you can clearly see he's been inspired by Scream movies. So I was actually looking forward to and he also worked on the Paranormal Activity movies, although I don't like found footage films, so I never really watched or even cared to get into that whole found footage thing. But if y'all like it, I love it. But um and I was actually looking forward to Christopher Landon being a part of the Scream franchise, because I was like, yes, finally somebody who I actually like, who's also a homosexual, that is inspired, loves Kevin Williamson's work, loves the Scream franchise, and could have possibly been the perfect person to take on the mantle left behind by the iconic late great Wes Craven. Because I didn't particularly, as y'all know, I have mixed feelings when it comes to what Radio Silence did with the Scream franchise. There were some things I thought was cool that y'all swung from the fences and did some things that I thought was relatively interesting. But for the most part, I was overly disappointed with some of the outcome of where y'all were going with some of the choices that y'all were making in there, especially when it came to your third acts of the film, particularly in Scream 7. That third act was such a chop for me. And I already told y'all, like, during the sequence when the therapist gets killed in his house, I already figured out who the killer was at that point. So they were trying to set up like it was gonna be Kirby. I'm like, it's not her. I already knew who the killer was like 30 minutes into the damn movie. So uh, to get into the story, they said like now, but because of the whole situation that happened with Melissa Barrera being fired because she weighed in on the whole Israel-Palestine conflict on social media instead of Spyglass taking a breath and letting bygones be bygones, whatever. She didn't say anything remotely negative. Now, 2 years later, everybody all of a sudden is jumping on this Israel Palestine conflict on social media because it's chic and it's trendy to do, even though, of course, the Zionist is always going to be mad, regardless of what when you bring it up. But for the most part, shout out to the celebrities that are actually speaking up. But Melissa Barrera was doing it when it wasn't trendy to do it, and she had to pay the price, unfortunately, for it at the hands of Spyglass. And we already got the fans who are mad, the Melissa Barrera fans, because it ain't the actual Scream fans. It's the people that just jumped on the bandwagon 2 movies ago that all of a sudden want to be dickwads, and they want to not only get mad at anything to do with this movie, they're talking about protesting, but they feel like I need to put a little icing on the petty cake by spoiling any possible information they can get on this damn movie and post it on social media and ruining it for people who actually are not in this bubble of even understanding what's going on or following what's going on with this whole Melissa Barrera firing that happened with Spyglass. So because Christopher Landon came out, it's like ever since then, anybody that was remotely attached to this film, people, the fandom started. Well, I won't say the Scream fandom. I'll just say the Melissa Barrera fans decided to get on social media and bully and even come down to the point of threatening Christopher's kids, and so that made him step away from the franchise, which was unfortunate. But the good news is we wound up getting Kevin Williamson to jump on board, and he decided to take the mantle and direct. He hasn't directed since Teaching Mrs. Tingle, which I know a lot of people are, I don't know. But in between Teaching Mrs. Tingle and now, he's had plenty of time to be on enough movie sets and learn how to work, how things work on a set and hire the right people that can help him put this movie together. So that way, he comes at it with what he wants done to be done. So it's not a hard thing to like come up and be able to do something like that. I mean, it is hard to direct, but at the same, because I went to film school, so yes, it is hard. It's not easy to direct a movie and to get a lot of footage and film it and try to carve a story out of it that you hope that you're not leaving stuff out on the table. So in the first trailer for Scream 7, I should say it did receive positive response, and then I believe that the trailer did huge numbers on social media. Like it was this major, and even though you already had the people that was hating, people were pretty much overall the overall response. People was excited. I went to go see uh the movie. What was it? The Running Man. When I went to go see the Running Man, I almost forgot what I went to go see the other day. So when I went to go see the Running Man the other day, they actually showed the Scream trailer during the 89,000 coming attractions that they show before the movie actually comes on. So, uh, Matthew Lillard, who reprises his role, we don't know in what capacity. I'm assuming AI. I do believe Stu's dead. So, I'm sorry, Stu fans. I don't think he's coming back in the way that y'all think he is. So, he did an interview where he talked about returning to one of the most iconic roles. And he pretty much said this. He said, yeah, they didn't really have to sell me. This is what he said in a video. He said it was one of those things where I got a call from Williamson in the middle of the day when I was on a long walk, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. He's calling me. He doesn't call me. I just seen him 3 weeks earlier, so I picked up and said, 'Why are you calling me?' And he said, 'Come back.'" So now he said it was a shock. I never expected it. In fact, he was out saying Stu doesn't come back and the franchise doesn't need Lillard. That was so mean. And that's when they started laughing. He said, "That's my bit. I've been on the circus talking about Stu coming back. It was part of my shtick." Now, he says also, Kevin pitched the idea. I was excited to read it, and I got the script a couple of weeks later. He said, "I think it's great. Wes Craven would be very proud. It's in the lines of what the franchise used to be. I think the franchise was in a great place with the new team. Melissa was fantastic. The boys were great, and Radio Silence were fantastic directors." Well, I'm wondering if he was talking about, I guess when he mentions the boys, he's actually referring to the two co-writers of the last two Scream movies, where one of them is actually coming back to write the script. Which I should also point out that I believe it has been reported that oh my God, Kevin Williamson has come in and done some revisions of the script, which, in my opinion, is a smart thing to do because, as I've said many a times, one of the things I did not like about the Scream movies was the fact that when you had these new writers came in, I understand y'all wanted to swing for the fences and try new things, but in my opinion, I don't feel like a lot of those things truly captured the essence of what a Scream franchise really means. Where you hear Matthew saying that they're going back to what the original films were about, that whole core feeling of, the Scream movies. So it's taking it back to what we loved about those Scream movies. And I don't feel like that they truly captured that in those films. I like the fact that y'all were trying new things and trying to, I guess, maybe that was their way of trying to bring in a newer audience. Maybe that was the way they were trying what they were trying to do. But for me, there was a lot of things that I felt like, okay, this is not something that Sydney would do, or this is not something that how the characters would act, and I don't feel like y'all were truly capturing the essence of what Scream really was. So in a way, I'm kind of glad that we have Kevin coming in and being like, no, I created Sydney, I created Gail, and depending on how this movie turns out, if you're bringing legacy characters back, in that he did write those characters, that he knows what makes them tick. So him coming on board, that gives me a lot more confidence um, with this film. And so to continue on with what he said, now elaborating on what fans can expect from Scream 7, he said Kevin's take is a little more traditional in terms of the Scream franchise. This is what I was getting at earlier when I was saying that it was taking it back to basics, meaning that it's more traditional in what we loved about Scream 7. And I'm hoping Scream 7 will hit those beats of, like, the nostalgia beats, but also provide something a little more new. They're also saying that we're going to dive a lot into not Neb's, Sydney's relationship with Tatum. And last I checked, didn't Sydney have more than one child? Because if I'm not mistaken, in Scream 5, which was named Scream for some godforsaken reason, uh, she had two kids. So where's the second kid? So hopefully this is mentioned and brought up, unless we doing some MCU type mess where we in a multiverse with this franchise. So he basically said that, yeah, Kevin's take is a little more traditional in terms of the Scream franchise, and I think people are going to be excited. I hope they are. Early on, testing has been through the roof, which is thrilling. I'm excited to see what happens, and I'm hoping that, with the testing of the film, that we don't get any leaks that come out in regards of, like, spoilers or whatever the case is, or that people will see enough of the film where maybe y'all can cut it at who Ghostface is and move on. But according to Critical Overlord, he already knows who the killer is, um, who Ghostface is, I should say. So, but I'm glad he didn't reveal who it is, because it's like, some of us actually like that element of surprise. Some of us want to have that experience of going into the theater and doing the whole Scooby Doo thing and figuring out, you know, trying to pay attention to the story and then figure out who the killer or ers might be. So the newest Scream movies, they said, did a great job of putting the slasher franchise back on the map while focused on a fresh cast. However, fans are always eager to see some returning faces join them. But the next installment, likely to be heavy on nostalgia, it should hit all the right notes. There's also a huge amount of intrigue surrounding how these long dead characters return, with his name is Stewart, resurrection one of the biggest question marks as of now, because I don't know how you survive, like I said, one of them big old fat back TVs to the face. Like, them shits is heavy. So if you think that carrying them things is heavy, now if you got hit upside the head, or one was dropped on your head or your face, you would not be able to survive that unless you be looking like the guy on the cover of the Mad Max magazine. I mean, the what does it call it? I said Mad Max magazine. The Mad magazine, where he, like, his face is so big and round and shaped like a cookie. So, for those who are not familiar with the movie is about, is basically the synopsis, when a new Ghostface killer emerges in a quiet town where Sidney Prescott, played by Neve Campbell, has built a new life, her darkest fears are realized as her daughter, played by Isabel May, and whose name is Tatum, becomes the next target. Determined to protect her family, Sidney must face the horrors of her past to put an end to the bloodshed once and for all. And we also have Joe McHale in the movie as Sidney's husband, Mark Evans. Scott Foley, who played Sidney's brother, Roman Bridger, in Scream 3, is also back, alongside franchise veterans Matthew Lillard and David Arquette. And So yeah, so and with all those characters being dead, we're all trying to speculate how do they bring them back. But also we have Anna Camp, Mark Consuelos, Ethan Embry, Asa Gurman, which we didn't see a lot of them in the trailer. Like I don't recall seeing Asa Gurman. I didn't see Ethan Embry, Jimmy Tatro, and Michelle Randolph. They were in the opening. Sam Rector, who I believe plays Anna Camp's son, we didn't really see him. We did see Celeste O'Connor. We did see McKenna Grace, and we of course we saw two of the core four that's in it. And the rumor is that one or maybe both of them might get gutted. So we'll see how that all works out when the film hits theaters. So now, in addition to that, I wanted to move on to this story where Matthew Lillard is talking about Carrie. So, in addition to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and Scream 7, he has been pretty busy. He's also going to be starring in the new Carrie series, which Mike Flanagan, who I love me some Mike Flanagan, he's done a lot of really good, like when it comes to him in horror, he's done a great job with that. He did Doctor Sleep, which I absolutely love. He also did House on Haunted Hill, which is on Netflix. Love that show. He also, and he also wrote the script for the upcoming Clayface movie for the DCU. So I'm always pretty excited when it comes to Mike Flanagan horror. And I think he also did that show. I forgot the name of the damn show. Midnight Mass, I think is what it's called, where it was like vampires and the church and all other stuff. That was a really good one too. That's also on Netflix. But yeah, so he's opening up about that. Oh wait, it wasn't it was called no, it was the Fall of the House of Usher. That's what it was. That was my mistake on that. For the House of Usher, I actually like that show. That's what I was thinking about. So now the showrunner will reunite with Matthew Lillard on Carrie after they previously worked together on The Life of Chuck. The Scream star is set to play Henry Gale, the principal of Thomas Ewan Consolidated High School. So now they're talking about in the interview, they sat down with Lillard to discuss his role in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and asked what he could tell them about starring in the Stephen King adaptation. Now, the name of the podcast is wait, hold on, because let me see if I can open it without it making. Oh, So it was Josh Wilding's. Hold on, it was Josh Wilding's podcast, so that's what it was that he did the interview with. But anyway, so he said this. Another first question. It's good. Well, it was talking about the carry. So he says another first question. It's good. Yeah, we wrapped 2 weeks ago. I've seen the first 3 episodes. Mike Flanagan is the fastest director I've ever seen in my life. The show was so good, it's ridiculous. The only thing that sucks is that people have to wait until next fall to see it. But the reality is, Mike is one of our great American storytellers. Well, I'll give him that because he's absolutely right. He said he's so deliberate, he's so smart, and I think he cares deeply about the genre. Stephen King and storytelling, telling the hero story, which is Carrie. I think it's relatable, and he's adapted it to fit in the world we're living now. And I think it's going to be a big hit for him. And so, then he also went on to say, I can tell you that it's parents, kids, and faculty mixed up into one. I'd call the parents, the faculty, and varsity team, which is the older adults sitting around watching these kids and realizing that our industry is in such great shape. They're incredible actors, so it was really love. Mike Flanagan, man, anytime he calls, I'm coming running to do it. He's just the best. And then because I have read the Carrie book, I have the book. But and I know like some people are like, well, Carrie, the story's been told so many times. Like we had the original Sissy Spacek movie that which believe came out in 1976. Love that film. That is always will always be an iconic classic. Especially the big the pig's blood and the big massacre that happens inside the gymnasium. Like we all love that scene. It's one of the campiest, cuntiest, gayest things in the history of horror, and that's why the gays love that movie because they can relate with the outsider, and the outsider seeking revenge. The person that's always bullied and picked on finally gets their comeuppance. So we love that film. But and then we had the Rage Carrie too. We don't know her. And then, of course, they did like a mini series, I believe, on NBC back in the day. That was terrible in the 90s. And then we had the movie that was remade with Chloe Grace Moretz, which is all right. So there's been so many different reiterations of Carrie, and it's just like, well, do in another reboot or remake of Carrie. But because Mike Flanagan is behind it, if they could find a way to expand on the lore and I guess we could dive more into the characters, and you could expand on what Stephen King gave us in the book. Because we already know, like if you ever read a Stephen King book, Stephen King is very descriptive. He's somebody who will spend literally 20 minutes describing one person walking across the room to sit at a damn table. Like that's how descriptive he is, which used to irritate the mess out of me. Used to irritate me because I'm like, okay, why do you need 3 pages to be so damn descriptive about what this person is doing and all this other stuff? It's like it's annoying. So, but it might work in television form because you have like it's a series, and if you want to take time to expand on a lot of the characters and bring new characters in or whatever the case is, then excuse me, then I'm pretty much interested in seeing what transpires from this. And the fact that we have Matthew Lillard playing a principal, I'm like, yeah, that's perfect. He definitely looks like he would, he would work as an authoritative type figure, whether he be a principal or a high school teacher. So according to the article, they said Carrie will be told in timely reimagining of the story of misfit high schooler Carrie White, who has spent her life in seclusion with her domineering mother. After her father's sudden and untimely death, Carrie finds herself contending with the alien landscape of public high school, a bullying scandal that shatters her community, and the emergence of mysterious telekinetic powers. And can you imagine if a Carrie is working in the era of, like, how would a Carrie survive in the world of social media where you're being picked on and people are putting you on camera and got phones all up in your face and you can't, and like, because like growing up, when I was growing up in school, if you got into a scuffle or a situation, you got into a fight at the end of school, at 3 o'clock when school was done, and you go in and you just like you fight, I win, the guy gets beat up, or vice versa. If I got beat up, everybody talked about it for like a day and we all moved on. And there was no photographic evidence of it because we didn't have phones, we didn't have all that stuff back then. So we could shit could happen and we just move on from it. But these kids these days, it's like you get bullied in school, and then when you're done with school, you're continuously getting bullied because there's social media. So to try to see how they bring a lot of those things into this series, I feel like to make how would Carrie fit in the world of social media? I find that fascinating. If this is the direction they're going to go into, instead of just, excuse me, oh yeah, we're going to make it take place in like the 90s or the 80s or the 70s when the book came out. But they did say that they're going to. Well, he did say it's going to be uh, it fits into the world we're living now. So I believe that is going to be modern day. So this series also is set to star Summer H. Howell as troubled telekinetic teen Carrie White, with Samantha Sloyan as Carrie's religious fanatic mother, Margaret, Allison Thornton as Chris Hargensen, Thalia Dudek as Emmeline, Sienna Agudong as Sue Snell. She don't sound white unless she mixed. Amber Midthunder's in this. She's playing Miss Desjardins. Amber Midthunder, I like her. First of all, she was in Prey. She played the lead. So I'm like, I didn't even know she was in that. Um, Josie Toto, as y'all remember Josie Toto, because she was on, I forgot what she was on a couple of shows back in the day. I'm like, let me find out y'all got trans girls on the show. Anyway, Josie Toto as Tina, Arthur Conti as Billy, Joel Owlett as Tommy, and Matthew Lillard as Principal Girl. And the series is, who knows when it's coming out, but it's going to be on Prime Video sometime in 2026. And if you care about Five Nights at Freddy's 2, it's going to be in theaters on December 5th, which I'm definitely going to go check that movie out when it gets released. But I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards to both stories. What do you guys think of this story? What do you think of Matthew Lillard? What he had to say about Scream 7? Are you guys excited to see this movie? And also the latest on this whole Mike Flanagan's iteration of Carrie. Are you excited to check that out? Anything with Mike Flanagan, I'm definitely excited for because he hasn't led me down a wrong path in regards of the type of films and stuff that he comes out with. Because when you truly see someone who loves the genre of horror, um, and you've had more hits than misses, then I'm behind you 110%. But I feel like at this point, I need to see a trailer for Carrie before I even come to the conclusion. But I do trust that we're going to get a good series out of it. And I'm looking forward to it when it comes out. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments, or stories, because I did both, in the comments down below. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I gotta scroll away because there was a lot of comments. Oh, you talking about Kevin Spacey? Well, you gonna have to tune in and find out. Like I said, I was watching clips from Carrie earlier today, so I can't wait for topic number two. Oh, that's funny. It was like I just so happened to be watch. I just so happened to be watching clips of Carrie, and who knew Chris was gonna be doing a topic about Carrie? See how the universe works. Hey, bitch, excuse you, baloney wash. How you doing? Netflix has been good for business, but not great for the film industry. They have built an audience, so their performance expectation is much lower. And that just goes to show because they don't have high expectations when it comes to the products that they put out. But we'll talk about that when we get to that topic. Oh, Lachi Smosa, you said, I love that movie. Helen Mirren was such a bitch in it. Wait, what movie was Helen Mirren in that we was talking about? Oh, you talking about, I don't know. I forgot what we was talking about. Remind me in the comments. Robert says hello. Also, don't forget his vision of for killing Mrs. Tingle was also well, yeah, because I didn't want to talk shade or say anything shady about killing Mrs. Tingle. That's why I said what I said in passing. I was like, he did the movie thing and he's learned a lot since then. But yeah, because unfortunately, because of Columbine, his movie was compromised. But a lot of stuff at that time was compromised because of Columbine. Scream, what was it? Scream 3, I believe, was compromised because of Columbine. The original concept was supposed to be a cult of Ghostface, like similar to which I think spawned his idea into the show The Following with Kevin Bacon, which I like that show. Nico Tortorella was on there playing a homosexual serial killer. Um, I like that show. It was on Fox for 2 seasons. The problem was, see, that's why I realized it was like there were a lot of these progressive shows, and I'm sitting like, oh, okay, Fox, y'all taking risks by putting these boundary pushing type shows on network TV. But I think that it was ahead of its time, and a lot of these shows, I feel like if the following was created today, it would have thrived on a channel like a Netflix or a Prime Video, Paramount Plus, like any one of the streamers, Hulu. I think it would have thrived there versus being on Fox. Kevin would have killed, wouldn't have killed. No, he wouldn't have. I kind of wish they would have retconned the fact that they killed off Dewey. He said he wouldn't kill the trio because he knows that's the draw. Oh boys, here we go again. The three are caught in another mystery and has to solve who's the killer. I wish he would have, Oh, I was wondering what happened to you. He on vacation. All right. Shut up. I do love me some Matthew Lillard though. There's a move over Sydney. Did you like that Riley video I sent to you? I didn't even see the video because I've been so engulfed in trying to put this show together and running around doing so much stuff that I have not checked any of my messages. Which I've seen both Carrie movies as far as The Rage. Me either. I don't know that one either. You're like the thing with the tattoos and she. I was like, come on. Even what's his name from Home Improvement? Remember him, Zachary Todd Bryan, who's now a hot mess, going around beating up his baby's mother and doing drugs and all this other craziness. He was in that movie. It's gay and pop culture influence Jade fans. Magical Mermaids in the building. You said I love the 1976 movie in the book. 1976 movie in the book, but do we really need a fourth remake? I remember watching a 2013 movie and being so scared. You were scared of that movie? That's funny. But like I said, I guess look, Hollywood just loves remaking stuff till the cows come home. There's so many other books from Stephen King that y'all could tackle, but y'all like tackling the same things over and over. Yeah, he could play one of the girls' dads, but I think being the principal would be so much better because there's a lot more to do with that. hmm I was thinking about watching that last night, but then I ended up watching Legend with Tom Cruise. That movie is so weird. It makes no sense. It's just like a lot of visuals and the music from Tangerine Dream, and then you have the goblin that everything that he says rhymes when he talks. So I like that movie, and then that's the one time where you get to the many a times I was looking in between Tom's legs because he had a little skirt thingy on, and he always got his legs open. I'm like, boy, what are you doing? But I guess he was supposed to be playing like a Tarzan-esque animalistic type of human that lived in the woods with the unicorns. Stephen King's descriptive writing is what I loved about him as an author. It is oh trust me, I know I got the book. That used to always frustrate me about Stephen King was that he was so damn descriptive. And I could barely get through it in the 8th grade before I had to check book back into the library. I'm not gonna hold you. I've never really finished a Stephen King book because it's too damn much. I'm like, okay, you writing too much stuff. Like I can't. I don't have the patience. And this was back when my patience wasn't even compromised because of social media. It would be cool if I could actually get Sissy Spacek to do like a cameo, similar to like what they was talking about with the Crystal Lake TV series that's supposed to be coming out before they swapped showrunners. The original thought idea I remember they were supposed to have Adrienne King be on the show. Adrienne King, for those who don't know, played Alice, who was the final girl in the first movie and was killed off in the beginning of the second movie of Friday the 13th. And so she was supposed to be in the show. And when they switched over showrunners, I don't know if she's been completely cut or if they're going to find a way to use her to be in the Crystal Lake series. So I have no idea. I would like for, I did not tell Siri, I did not tell you to start talking. And my watch going off. Is that I read the Firestarter book when I got that book too. I forgot about both of them. Did you ever see Firestarter 2 when they had Charlie as an adult? They came out with a Firestarter 2? Where the hell was I? It took me years to find it, but originally they showed it on the Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah, I had no idea that they did a Firestarter 2. But that sounds like some mess they would put on some damn Sci-Fi Channel. But look, I ain't going to throw shade at the Sci-Fi Channel. They gave us Sharknado, which sidebar? They coming out with another one. Does that mean Iron Ziering and ttery's gonna be in those too? The OG carry is untouchable, but Mike Flanagan doesn't disappoint. Absolutely. That's why I said I'm looking forward to it because I like his stuff. Oh, you talking about teaching Mrs. Tingle. Oh yeah, I forgot she was in that movie. I totally forgot that Helen Mirren was in that. She was the one that was Mrs. Tingle. It was on Showtime a few weeks ago. Well, I may have to check because I have Showtime attached to my Paramount Plus. It might be up there. I might have to check. Yeah, that was like now you telling me. I was like, oh yeah, I remember Helen Mirren was. I totally forgot she was in that movie. I have not. Like last night, I was watching YouTube stuff, and then let me tell you, I have been so tired. I have fallen asleep on. I had literally had to watch Dragula 3 times before I can get through the whole damn episode. Because every time I would put Dragula on, I would fall asleep on it. So last night, I finally was up enough because I think I had finally got enough rest from running around and being exhausted from work and all the other stuff that I was able to finally catch up on um Dracula. But yeah, I'm thinking tonight I'm gonna catch up on Welcome to Derry. I'm by hook or by crook. I'm gonna get around to watching it because I need to catch up so I can know about the origin of Pennywise the Clown. This one I told you I was going on today. I told y'all yesterday I was coming on today. How do I feel about that? I don't know because Angus Scrim is dead. Um, I like the first Phantasm. I actually watched that a couple of weeks ago, last month, October. I watched Phantasm. I love that movie. It's so weird, but I always loved that movie. When I was a kid and my cousin introduced me to that film, I didn't know what the hell the Phantasm was, but all I know is when I saw that tall man, and then it was like I used to be scared of funerals because I'm like the tall man was taking people and draining their bodies and turning them into these little midget thingies, and I was like, oh hell no! So that used to get me scared of going to like the funeral homes and all other stuff because I used to think that the tall man was there. So, um, yeah, that movie scared me when I was little, but And then they had the little metal thing that would fly, through the prison, through the funeral home, and then it got stuck to the head. The blood was gushing out. I was like, yep, Sharknado. It damn sure was. And funny enough, since we talking about it, Ryan Kira Armstrong, who played Charlie, the little girl, she is in the new Buffy the Vampire Slayer series. She's playing the new Slayer. People are thinking Charlie XCX upcoming A24 film is making fun of the Eras Tour and the mockumentary. It even warns features excessive use of. I mean, child. I did hear something about that, but funny enough, this I don't know why I don't care because A24, y'all been slipping. Didn't they do that horrible ass movie with The Weeknd and Jenna Ortega that none of y'all cared about? But then again, like we gonna allude to later on in the show, he laughing all the way to the bank. So that movie may have flopped, but his music career isn't. Mhm. Charlie isn't addicted as the media portrays. Media is misinformation of club lifestyle. First of all, not everybody in the clubs be doing drugs. Yes, when I was up in the club scene and doing stuff, I was doing all kinds of stuff. I was doing weed, I was drinking, I was taking it wasn't Molly, it was like ecstasy when I was, growing up. Now y'all call it Molly and mixing all kinds of other craziness up in it. But I was taking pills. Never did K. I knew friends that like to go down in the K hole. I was like, oh hell no, because I used to see what that shit used to do to them. I was like, nope, I'm good. So I had a lot of club queen friends who used to get into all them party drugs. I even knew his drug dealer Brenda. Those are the ones I feel like female drug dealers are way more dangerous than the men. The lady who played Charlie's mom was in the Fantasy Island movie. I never got around to watching that. That was the Blumhouse movie, right? Yeah, I never watched the Fantasy Island movie. Um, no, Ryan Kiera Armstrong, I don't think is playing Buffy's daughter. Well, first of all, we don't even know if Buffy has kids, but I don't even think we even know that what's going on in this Buffy series. All we know is that Buffy makes appearances and they got a new Slayer. It would be interesting if they kind of had a thing where it was like, yeah, Buffy's daughter gets, the Enlightenment or whatever the case is, and Buffy got to come in and train her and all this other mess. It'd be interesting how they do that show. I think I had some tea on the Buffy the Vampire Slayer show regarding like I might bring that up on tomorrow's show since we got an action-packed show. I'll bring that story up because I did kind of glance over it today. I was like, should I talk about it? I was like, I'll wait until I guess I'll save it. Well, I don't go to the club to score pills. Look, there be a lot of people that be up in there like, you got any coke? Or there be people outside the club trying to sell it. I'm like, I don't know what you put in that stuff. These days, y'all be aligning drugs with fentanyl and all kinds of other. And I don't need to be, I take a little bump and I end up dead on the floor because I'm more or less sniffing fentanyl more than it being the booger sugar. So I was like, I don't trust these drug dealers. Literally, Molly, you in danger, girl. Me either. Well, I can't say I didn't like cake because I never tried it. I was saying like me either. That's probably one of the reasons why I ain't touch it. Because I was like, nope. I never did acid. It was the only circuit party drug I'd be willing to try. Now, I don't even want to try that. You don't want Batman's and baby balls, baby testicles. And you don't want your dingling looking like the one that they described Jeffrey Epstein's peen and looking like. Y'all could Google Schmoogle and read all the articles about somebody describing Jeffrey Epstein's meat. But it seemed like a lot of these people that be up in here with all this craziness regarding these little girls and stuff, a lot of them seem like they got a little issue between me down there. Like y'all got some kind of deformity, or y'all got, y'all walking around with pinky penises and all kinds of other stuff. So they got to compensate in other ways. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Stephen Amell, because Stephen Amell is opening up about Oliver Queen, aka Green Arrow, and says that with James Gunn and Peter Safran's DC universe becoming what it is and starting to take shape, and they've got some sort of an idea of what they're planning on doing in regards to this franchise, he is opening up about the possibility of jumping back into playing Oliver Queen's, aka Green Arrow, wrong size, again. So shout out to Comic Book Movie for this story. It says before the DCEU and DCU, there was Arrow. The show took a darker approach to Oliver Queen, played by Stephen Amell. This Green Arrow was more aggressive and his story is more adult. The series lasted for 8 seasons, too long if you ask me, and despite its departure from its source material, it became the seminal depiction of the Green Arrow for many. And to the point that, remember, if you ever watch the CW's conglomerate of shows between Arrow and then you had what was that show called? And Edge of Tomorrow or something with the tomorrow in it. Then we had Black Lightning, and then you had The Flash and all those other shows under that conglomerate. That was referred to as the Arrowverse because it was like Green Arrow set the tone, and all the other shows that came with that, um, they referred to it as the Arrowverse. So it says now the DC universe is being explored in a new way in James Gunn and Peter Safran's DCU. The Arrowverse is over, but when it came to actors who played the role for a long time, them returning to their characters is an interesting thing to ponder. Now Stephen Amell has addressed just that. The actor attended the Arrowverse Heroes panel at Motor City Comic Con alongside John Diggle actor David Ramsey via Screen Rant. The two were asked if they'd like to reprise their Arrowverse roles in the DCU or join the franchise as different characters. Now, Amell said that though he's not privy to DC Studios' plans, he would be willing to do whatever pleased his fans. The actor then expressed his fondness for the way in which his portrayal of Oliver Queen and the Arrow series as a whole have resonated with his audience, saying, I love playing the Green Arrow. I love playing Oliver Queen, but I think more than that, I like how it makes people feel when I come to these conventions or just when I'm walking around on a daily basis. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't talk to me about Arrow, the Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, but they always then relate it back to their experience with the series, how it made them feel, whether they bonded with a sibling or parent or friend of the series. Now, for his part, David Ramsey said that he loves Darkseid and he would like to play the villain. I actually like to see that. Well, look, I don't know if they're thinking about doing Darkseid right now. Right now, we've heard that they're interested in doing Brainiac, so I think that's where they're probably trying to go with the series, that they want to focus more on Brainiac than they do Darkseid. We got Darkseid in the DCEU when it came to Batman v Superman, and I didn't kind of overall I didn't like the design of Darkseid in there because it looked a little too CGI-ish for me. I think they could have found ways to make it look more interesting. But in regards to this, look, I was a fan of Arrow. I loved Arrow for the first couple of seasons. The later part of the shows, I was like, okay, this is kind of trash. But for the most part, they like the first 3, maybe 4 seasons, it was good. But that always happens when it comes to CW type shows. They do too many seasons. They don't know when to just like wrap it up with a show. Because I said the same thing about the Flash. The Flash lasted way too long. That show should not have been 9 damn seasons. Y'all could have cut that show at season 5 and called it a day. But they do like 9 seasons, 22 episodes. Y'all stretching yourselves way too thin. And no shade, but post Arrow, Stephen Amell's career ain't really been popping like that. Like he pops up in things and the shows have been canceled. He did a wrestling show with Alexander Ludwig, didn't do all that well. Like it lasted about maybe 2 seasons. It was canceled. Then he had another show. I can't even remember the name of it. That's how memorable it was. Then and they ended up canceling that as well. So he doesn't last long in a lot of like post Arrow. He hasn't really been able to formulate a career beyond that franchise. And that kind of happens where you get so caught up in playing this iconic role that when you try to move beyond that, people kind of just see you as that one character. So maybe that's what it is, or maybe it's the type of roles that he's picking that is not resonating with people. So I don't know, because post Arrow, I haven't really watched a lot of the shows that he was in because I don't care about all those the type of shows that he was doing. But I loved Arrow, and he definitely was good in the role. I liked a lot of the approach that they did. It was very dark and gritty and grounded, and he was kind of like the no shade, but he was kind of like CW budget Batman. That's literally what it was giving for what they were able to do. And I like the fact because they shot it in Vancouver that you could do a lot of on the street type stuff where it's like literally you could film outdoors, you could do all that stuff, and it was pretty cool. Oh, I forgot also Supergirl was a part of the show too. Remember at one point they were on CBS before CW ended up picking it up, and then they moved the show from LA to Canada, and Supergirl, I guess they made it kind of had more of that metropolitan feel to it because when you're doing those type of shows, you could film outdoors. So I wouldn't mind if we saw him come back. Look, Grant Gustin, who played um the Flash, said that he wouldn't mind if they ever want to revive the Flash for the big screen, that he would love to play the Flash. I mean, people love him as that, but I understand like the industry sometimes y'all get a little funky with that. Yeah, they feel like, oh, you were on that little janky TV show, so we try to move you over here to this thing, then people won't take you seriously. But if you already been so indebted to being associated with that character, I don't think people care as much. Like, I definitely think if they decided to revive the series, that they could bring Stephen Amell back. I mean, y'all reviving every damn thing else. Y'all reviving Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and you bring back Sarah Michelle Gellar, which, yes, Sarah has, unlike Steven, Sarah has been able to formulate a career in doing other things outside of Buffy, but Buffy has always been her most iconic role, and she's coming back to doing it in a sequel of sorts, because that's what we're calling. She said it's not a reboot, it's not a remake, it's a sequel of the series that we used to grow up and love in the 90s into the 2000s. So at the end of the day, I don't feel anything negative about this. If he decided to come back, and I would definitely like to see a fresher take on Oliver Queen, but definitely keep it the tone, the overall dark, gritty tone of the original series. But what y'all gonna have to do is, if you do decide, because see, the old CW is trash. Like nobody really watches that channel anymore. They lost a lot of the IPs that was on that channel. Now it's just a bunch of, I don't know what kind of crap they show on there, but I don't watch the CW anymore. They don't have any thing worth watching on that channel. But if they were decide to bring it back, it's like, yeah, cut it down. We don't have to do 22 episodes. Like nobody even has the patience to sit through 22 episodes of a show anymore. So you could do maybe, I'd say a good even 10, maybe 12 episodes of a show, and that'll keep a lot of the fans satisfied. Do it even 10. Not 8. I hate the fact that Netflix does 8 episodes. I don't know why y'all are so dead set on that freaking number. But if y'all do just a even flat 10 episodes of a season, I'd be here for it because you could trim all that fat. You don't have to add all these other little things in there. Just keep it focused on one particular main villain type situation. Tell it in 10 episodes, and we good. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you be down to see Stephen Amell, who has been making a lot of the convention circuit? And when you do genres like superhero or horror or any of that stuff, the conventions is definitely how you make your bread and all that stuff outside of the whole acting thing when you're selling your merch and you're doing the meet and greets and all that other stuff. He says that he'd be down to reprising his role as Oliver Queen for the DCU. And look, that was the best role he ever took on. And I forgot he did a movie also with him and his cousin Robbie Amell, where they had like powers or something. I forgot what the name of it was, but it's two movies they made that was on Netflix. That wasn't bad. But outside of that, it was just like, yeah, Stephen Amell hasn't really been able to formulate a career outside of Arrow. He's been doing things here and there, but we already know that's his most iconic role. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Hold on. Charlie Kirk's Unaliver is branded as Patsy by the people who investigated the. Wait, is Patsy on uh Drag Race UK? Or is that Patsy? That was the person that was like the pork chop of that season. Exactly. They say his peen looked like a lemon. Damn, Pras got. Yes, that was what I was going to get to when we get to the topic. Yes, he got 14 years in prison. Yes, and Lemon. And so I was like, oh, maybe that's why him and Donald Trump were such good friends. Yeah, because they're walking around both with deformed micro dicks. those demons that mess with kids are definitely deformed in some sort of way. Of course, not just look at Austin Wolf. I mean, look, I've always made comments about the fact that Austin Wolf, the reason why he went after the young ones at his 6'4", self. I think it was 6'2". That's what I've encountered him a few times. I even know somebody that had sex with him and did a video with him. I ain't gonna tell you who, but he said he removed the video. I was like, okay, you better have. Um, I've always said the reason why he always got with them young ones is because they can't tell the difference between, I don't think they're as well versed in getting fucked by, somebody with a big old dick. So when you not that big in between me down there, you big everywhere else, but between me down there, if you hunching somebody that looks childlike, any kind of dick gonna hurt. So there's that. So he was overcompensating. Chadwick Boseman was, yeah, I saw that. I thought about doing that as a story, but I was trying to figure out how to conjure that all together, but we brought up. Yeah, that was Legends of Tomorrow. I don't know why I couldn't remember the name of that damn show. That would be a good story for them to tackle if that's what if they were to bring back Arrow, because he was referred to as the vigilante. And especially in this current climate, it's all because syndication, TNT reruns, TV shows need 100 episodes. That's the SAG after rules. Yeah, and that's why you see like Law and Order SVU, they still doing say Arrow is budget Batman. Yep, I agree, which is why I never Yeah, I was like it was Batman on a budget. So many reboots, remakes, and reunions, but no original ideas. We had this conversation yesterday that there are original ideas out there. Some of them y'all are watching, a lot of them y'all not. Like Weapons is original idea. I mean, it's original idea. Sinners was an original idea. Those are only two examples. I did love Smallville. Y'all know that. That's why is eight a special number, because that seemed to be the only number they like to do over there. If it's not 8 episodes, it's usually it's either 6 or 8. That's usually their number. His cousin Robbie tried to play Chris Redfield in the Resident Evil movie. Of course, that movie was trash. I mean, they were visually accurate with some of the stuff, but it was just like, mm-mm. I'm just looking forward to Zach Kreger possibly giving us, for once, a good Resident Evil movie. And it's no shade to the Mila Jovovich ones, because I enjoy those. Those are my guilty pleasures because of what they are. The only one I feel like that stays close to the tone of Resident Evil is the original film, which I watched a couple of weeks ago. But then it started to go into this whole, we're gonna make it like a horror action sci-fi type thing, and I was like, okay. He said PF is still getting his. Well, that tight ass 4'9" muscle queen is trash any damn way. Oh wait, I sat there and I'm reading my friend Pierre Fitch. He's not short. I was talking about somebody else though. Anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Netflix throwing their hat in the ring and regarding this whole Warner Brothers thing. So it came out. It was a story that came out that was denied by Paramount, Skydance, if you want to call it that. They said they're putting up a bid for 73. I think I can't remember the exact number. I think it's like 75. We'll go with that number because it might be more, it might be less. I don't know, but about $75 billion they're going to put up. But they said there's some Arab money involved in them coming up with the collateral to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery. My thing is, can y'all focus, Paramount? Can y'all focus on trying to make Paramount a worthy network for people to want to invest in before you try to buy up all the damn, corporations, all the movie companies? So I don't like the idea of David Ellison trying to buy up everything. Just focus on Paramount. Like you already started losing some of the people because of your political ideologies and stuff, which is why Taylor Sheridan decided to go over to NBC. And there was another person that was able to kind of keep I hate using the term, but he was able to keep Taylor Sheridan on a leash he went and moved himself over to NBC as well. So now they're back in a partnership. It's Chris. I can't remember his last name, but anyway, um, yeah, he and I share a name. That's why I remember that part. But anyway, he's getting back and working with him and all this other stuff. So I'm liking this whole idea with y'all trying to come up with all this money and using foreign investors to try to come up and buy this thing. So now Netflix, who said that they wasn't throwing their hat in the ring in regards to this whole situation regarding uh purchasing Warner Brothers Discovery. Now there's rumors that they are interested in purchasing Warner Brothers Discovery. And the fact that if they do purchase Warner Brothers Discovery, if they win the bid, which has to be done by the end of the year, by the way, that they will release the movies in theaters instead of on their streaming service, which has some people side eyeing them because we all know that the network, the streaming service, I should say, is notorious for not even wanting to release a lot of their projects in theaters. Because there was a recent thing that there was a guy who runs a theater that was bitching and moaning about the fact that they want to exclusively put Narnia, Greta Gerwig's Narnia movie, in IMAX for I believe 2 weeks, and specifically in IMAX. Like I don't even think it's going to be showing anywhere else. Like you have to get an IMAX ticket in order to see this film. And then people are upset about it because I'm like, well, there's other movies that need to be coming out, and we want to be able to get our films in theaters. And now here y'all go trying to just hog up IMAX. So anyway, this story comes from Deadline, but I should say Bloomberg first reported on this story. So sources are saying that it makes sense that Netflix will be required to meet filmmaker contractual obligations from movies absorbed from a potential merger. However, what happens thereafter following a Netflix purchase of Warner Brothers remains unknown. Netflix has used theatrical to qualify auteur-driven movies like Alfonso Cuarón's multi-Oscar winner Roma and Martin Scorsese's The Irishman for Academy Award consideration. That's the only time they usually want to put movies out if they want to consider it for Oscars, or if it's a situation like K-pop Demon Hunters, where y'all was so dumb with that. Y'all should have put K-pop Demon Hunters in movies first and then did the whole Netflix thing. But instead, it got popular on Netflix. They saw how people were resonating with the songs and everything. And they're like, oh, now let's put it in the movies and let's do the sing alongs, whatever the case was. So they did the reverse. And yeah, it still was successful. But at the same time, just think how much more money you would have made if you would have released K pop Demon Hunters in theaters first before you released it on Netflix. So, and then also there was a whole a whole, situation. Well, they were bitching about it that they wanted to put Stranger Things, the series finale, which is, I believe is 2 hours, in theaters. And Netflix was vehemently against it. Now they putting it in theaters because I'm like, that would be smart. Like, take advantage of this situation. There's people who are Stranger Things fans that would love to be in a theater amongst their, the fellow fandom and fully geek out over this finale. So why not go to the movies and see it? Now, me personally, I'm gonna just watch it on Netflix. But for the most part, if you're a big old fan of something, you want to have that conglomerate, camaraderie is the word I was looking for. You want to have that sense of camaraderie where you kind of get in the room with all of your friends, similar to like when they do Fathom events, where you do like a 25-year anniversary of like The Matrix, or they have Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair, which is going to be a 4.5-hour movie with a 15-minute intermission. That's going to be coming in the movies next month. You want to have those people that have never seen a movie in this version, and also fans of the franchise, come together and just that sense of nostalgia. So why not capitalize on that? And to me, Netflix always misses the mark. I just feel like y'all just like throwing money away. Y'all like wasting $200 million, $300 million on a movie, and don't want to at least kind of recoup some of that money that y'all are spending. Like it just the math doesn't. The math ain't mathing to me when it comes to how Netflix does business, especially when it comes to them trying to market things. So but then the only way they can get Oscars as consideration is like, yeah, you have to be like, oh, I have to put the movie in theaters because we want the Oscar consideration and whatever. So they do that. So yeah, so they mention the streamer, which is largely resisted committing to a wide global theater released for even their most expensive movies, which would be like Red One and Gray Man, which cost them $200 million, by the way, to make. Then there was this other horrible movie that they made I think it's called The Electric State with Chris Pratt. Can't stand his fat ass. Him and Millie Bobby Brown. I heard that movie cost over $300 million, and they just threw that on Netflix. I'm like, okay, so y'all just don't care about trying to recoup some of that money? $300 million is a lot to be spending on a movie to just throw it on a streaming service. But if you like it, I love it. So now they are about to release limitedly, because I saw the trailer earlier today. Ryan Johnson's Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. That's supposed to be coming out next week. That actually looks pretty good. I definitely want to check that out. And I like all the Knives Out movies, so I definitely want to check that out. And it's got an all-star cast. And then he also mentioned the whole K-pop Demon Hunter sing-along thing, which I talked about. It ranked number one with 19 million. Netflix first movie to hit number one at the domestic box office. Currently for next year, there's, like I just mentioned, the theatrical IMAX release planned for Netflix's Narnia movie from Greta Gerwig. So if y'all were wondering what she's been up to in regards of uh, her follow-up to Barbie, it's Narnia. Now, in addition to the David Ellison Paramount, Netflix and Comcast Corp are interested in absorbing Warner Brothers Discovery. Bids for Warner Brothers Discovery are due on Thursday. That's today. So, uh, definitely need to be keep. I will definitely have to keep abreast of this, because I want to know who actually wins the bid. Now, they said there's skepticism in town over a Netflix commitment to theatrical. Why? Because of all the things that I mentioned, which would be co-CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, has said repeatedly on various earning calls to investors that the streamer isn't varying their distribution strategy. They're about first run movies on Netflix. So things have to go on Netflix first before they decide to go and branch out into other things. So he's also running around crediting the success of K-pop Demon Hunters, because it was their most watched movie ever, as propelling the Pix box office. So, with it going on Netflix first, he thinks that by putting it in theaters afterwards, that gets people interested in wanting to pay money to go see K-pop Demon Hunters, a sing-along version, in theaters. When it's like, that's per person. With me and Netflix, even though I know they have cracked down on stream sharing, um, I have my own Netflix. So usually if I go in there, I'm watching whatever's on there. That's not gonna make me be like, you know what? Now that y'all release it in the theater, I actually go over to uh the network. I mean, I'm actually gonna go to the theater and watch a show. Like, why would I want to go and after I watch it on Netflix, go and be like, I want to spend $17 on a ticket to go see K-pop Demon Hunters in the theater? I mean, now I have uh A-list, so I would be using my A-list to possibly for that free ticket, because the A-list will be paying for it. But for the most part, who's doing the opposite? Unless it's like a sing along. So it's got to be a special occasion. So I don't know. While y'all already know I'm hellbent, I do not want Paramount to get this, because there's like, to me, if they meant well in regards of why they want to buy the IP and really develop a lot of great films and stuff. Because I always said this, like, okay, if David Ellison gets his hands on Warner Brothers was the studio, after so many others passed, that was willing to take a chance on a movie like Sinners. Because the Ellisons aligned themselves with the likes of Donald Trump, would we even get a Sinners type movie in today's climate if we have David Ellison behind this studio? So I don't like that. I don't like people who have personal conservative political ideologies that are going to affect the way that me as a moviegoer watches certain films. Like some people were saying, because David Ellison took over Paramount, that may have been another reason why um the Running Man suffered at the box office. The Running Man has a lot of socio-political commentary that is rooted within that, especially like when we come and talk about this current administration trying to gut healthcare, and um unemployment is sky high. People are struggling to find a job. They have to resort to going on dangerous game shows in order to support themselves and their families and do all this other stuff. And some of them may actually die, trying to make money for their kids or whatever the case, or their wife or whoever. And so when you put a lot of those political leaning things in there, when you look at somebody who's a tech oligarch, like, or a movie oligarch, or just an oligarch in general, like a David Ellison, who him and his father are billionaires. When you are making a movie about going a one man going against the establishment, and you are the establishment, where you're not just letting people just make the movies they want to make, but you are part of the establishment and you're part of the problem. When that starts to spill into how we watch movies, I don't like that, because now you're coming in and you're trying to perpetuate your political stuff on these studios, and it's going to affect the movies that get made, and the fact that we want to see diverse voices being represented on the big and small screen. So that's what my problem is with the Ellison, David Ellison jumping on board of this. If y'all wasn't trying to mix your politics into how you handle business, I'd have been okay with it. But that's one of my reasons why I'm hell bent against them having it. Now with Netflix, I don't know if I want y'all to have it either, because if you're not going to respect the old guard of putting certain movies in theaters, and you want to still have this attitude of, okay, so you'll get to have all the old IPs that currently exist within Warner Brothers, but any future movies that you're not going to allow them to go theatrical, then that's going to be a problem. Because if I'm not mistaken, isn't Christopher Nolan doing business with Warner Brothers, or is it Universal? I'm trying to remember, because there was a whole situation that happened where he got pissed over the way Tenet was released, the fact that it went streaming and all this stuff, that he parted ways with the studio. I got to look that up, but I'm trying to remember which part he's with. And you already know he's all about cinema. Like, at the point where this new movie he's got coming out, The Odyssey, he filmed all of that with IMAX cameras. So can you imagine film and even develop new IMAX cameras so they can get all the shots that they wanted to get? So can you imagine somebody who's spent all this money from the studio having the freedom to do whatever they want and film things the way they want, and being like, oh, sorry, we're just going to release your shit on streaming? Oh, that would piss me off as a filmmaker. And I'm sure that would piss him off too. Because if you're somebody who respects the cinematic experience, and thinking like, no, you can't get the same experience watching a movie on your cell phone, or watching a movie on your tablet, or watching a movie in the confines of your home. It's like, no, I want you to have that theatrical experience with the surround sound and the big screens and all that other stuff. So there's that. So I don't know. Netflix, y'all are a mess. I mean, I love y'all because of I get to see all the content I want to see, but the way y'all handle business, I'm just not a fan. So that's all this to say. What do you guys think of the story? Do you think that, would you be all down for Netflix pretty much getting their hands on Warner Brothers, library, as well as how they do say that, oh no, we'll release it in theaters, but based off of y'all track record, I can see why people are side eyeing y'all and being like, I don't believe it. I feel like y'all saying that, and then you acquire it, and then you're gonna backpedal and lie and say that no, that's not what we're doing. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You want to know something? I was trying not to break character, because I just noticed something that I didn't do. I didn't put the banner thingy on. Your comments. I mean, I didn't even notice that it wasn't on, and nobody told me. So it's on now. Mm, 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 mm. There was a viral tweet about how the final season of Stranger Things could mark the end of reviving the 80s, 80s, well, the 80s nostalgia. That's a bold claim coming from a Twitter user, but I'm interested to see. You want to know something? I'm glad you brought that up, because you want to know something I heard, and I watched this video the other day. There was a story that came out that Gen Z have all of a sudden discovered shopping malls. I know this is hilarious, because that's what we used to do when I was a kid. I used to love going to the mall. I used to look forward to going to the mall. That was the way that I could get away from, when you're a teenager, you get away from your parents, you go and hang out with your friends. You can just hang out in the mall. You don't necessarily have to go shopping. You can go get you some ice cream. There was always things to do in the mall. Like, it was so much fun. And people were saying that, yeah, now Gen Z has discovered shopping malls. And I'm like, yeah, because they were talking about that shopping malls was struggling. People wasn't going to the malls or whatever. It was looking a little dry. And I think the reason why people are going to shopping malls is because of Stranger Things. That when people watch the show and they see, like, they love these kid characters or whatever, and they're seeing them going to the mall and they're hanging out and all the conglomerating that goes on. um Now these kids are like, you know what? That looks fun. Let me experience that. Mall still exists where I'm from. Let's go see what that's about. And now it's become trendy. it's so weird that that's kind of like a thing now because of TV. So TV definitely influences. It said we all know why Trump wants CNN to make it. Yeah, and that's another thing too, is the fact that when he's in bed with the Ellisons, well, the Ellisons, what they're doing is like, yeah, then they hired Bari Weiss, that bitch, over there to run CBS. And we already see that they're starting to make that a very conservative leaning. I've noticed the overall way that they handle news is starting to shift over there. So now that the Ellisons own Paramount and CBS is a part of Paramount, they can pretty much formulate any kind of narrative they want on whatever they talk about. Same thing with if they buy Warner Brothers. CNN is a part of Warner Brothers. And don't even get me started on CNN. I don't like that damn channel to begin with. They got that smug ass Scott Jennings over there who every time I see him, I just want to kick him in his damn throat. But they put him on there. They know he's a ratings draw. And they like the fact that they have these people that come on to make him look like the idiot that he is whenever he says something dumb, which is every time he opens his freaking mouth. So they like having him and stuff over there, and it is what it is. But so that's why I don't like it, because to me, CNN is always trying to reach across the aisle to have these crazy behind MAGA people on the show where they can say the most outrageous thing because they're thirsty for ratings. And then they be having that coon Van Jones over there tap dancing with his Zionist talking points. So I don't particularly care for CNN. So if they want to sit and gut that damn network, be my guest, because I don't watch them any damn way. You already know where I get a lot of my information regarding the news from. I watch a lot of progressive political commentators. Yes, I did hear that Susan Powder pretty much lost it all, and she now works for Uber Eats. Well, at least she got her job, unlike that girl that got fired from DoorDash. And wait till y'all hear about that story. Sony Pictures was dumb. They sold K-pop Demon Hunters and that. Well, yeah. I don't know why. Y'all got Asian people that run Sony. So why would y'all do that? Hmm. And I ain't mad at her for being mad at Quentin Tarantino, because he should not have made her do that scene where she was driving the car in Kill Bill Volume 2, because she hit a tree. And you should have had a stunt double do that scene. And for a long time, she did not, she did not forgive him for that, because she ended up with ailments. I still would love for them to make a Kill Bill Volume 3. That would be so good if they actually made that. I'm like, y'all have to find somebody who could play um Vernita Green's daughter, Nakia, who the story was always, from what people were saying, they wanted her to seek revenge on the bride, or Beatrix Kiddo, for killing her mother in the opening sequence of Kill Bill. And then you got BB, the daughter, who can come in, and I guess it'd probably be a battle of battles, whatever the case is. That would be interesting to kind of see how the children handle it, or that Vernita's daughter was killed. I mean, Vernita was killed and the daughter witnessed it, and that made her want to seek revenge. That would have been a cool concept that we could have seen. But I don't think that'll ever happen, because Quentin Tarantino is still hell-bent on being like, I'm going to make one more movie. It's like, whatever. He thought his last movie was going to be about a movie critic. I'm like, nobody don't care about that. Why would you make that movie? And then we see like he has decided not to make that. I was like, nobody cares about a damn movie critic. You do, because you are passionate for movies. But nobody cares about that. I say I don't. But yeah, I would love to see that. And then everybody kept saying that they wanted not BB. I don't know who would play BB. That would be interesting to see who they could get to play. Oh, they were saying that they could probably have Uma's daughter play her, who is Maya Hawke, who's on Stranger Things. And then the person that could play Vernita's daughter, Nakia, would be Zendaya. I was like, okay, that's perfect. Zendaya could play her. Warner Brothers was supposed to make all bids public tomorrow. Well, I guess, because Thursday, um, it's gonna come, they're talking about today, but then we'll find out tomorrow. He said, I always wanted Vernita's daughter to attempt to get her revenge. We all do. I need somebody to write that script. I don't know why Quentin won't get to it. I think WB will be dismantled to a certain degree, or maybe one or two. They need to split it. I think that's what they should do. Comcast Universal or Skydance. This issue I have is Paramount Plus streaming service will probably Well, look, so far they only raised it $1, so I'm not that mad at that, and that's because they got that deal with UFC that's gonna go into play in January. So only raised it $1. But look, um, I don't need y'all raising that shit to $25 because streaming service is too damn expensive to begin with. I'm like, might as well stick with cable. Paramount is now bidding a $1 billion studio. Oh, they are? Mm. Now that you was talking about they building in New Jersey, I'm like, damn, should I apply for a job over like all that shit I was talking about the Ellisons, and now I'm like, oh, they building a studio in New Jersey. Didn't Netflix say they was building a studio too? What happened with that in New Jersey? The Ellisons are definitely going to change these studios into propaganda machines. That's exactly what I feel like they're going to do. What's going to happen to BET if Skydance gets rid of DEI, like they said they wanted to do? Good question. I mean, BET's already a hot mess. That 60-inch screen is much more affordable than 10 years ago. Yeah, that's another thing too. TVs are so much cheaper now. TVs are cheaper. A sound bar is not even that expensive. Like I remember when I went to Costco the other day, I was looking at these big old TVs, and I'm like, that's not bad. Like TVs are like these big screen TVs are like $1,200, or like some of them is $800. Like it's not that expensive. That's not true though. I go to malls all the time, and some malls are busier than others. It depends on the neighborhood. Well, they were saying like the malls weren't as popular as they were back then. Now they're thriving because that's when I watched the story on it. They were pretty much saying that yeah, malls were struggling at one point, and now because of like Stranger Things and that success of that show, that's gotten a lot of the newer generation interested in going to the mall. And the thing is, not only is it Stranger Things, but it's also because these kids grew up in the digital world. What they was they're hungry for that connection or being around people because they never had that. Whereas when we were growing up, we was always around people, so we was used to it. Now it's like it's the opposite for us. Or the Madonna Gen Z fans acting like the continuous mix of confessions on the dance floor is brand new because they only consume music through a stream. Well, look, they don't, they don't know because they weren't there when we bought the CD and in 2004, and they had the continuous mix. Malls should have workout gyms and spas, food courts, and at least a couple of theater screens. There's some malls that got movie theaters in it, and then there's some malls. Of course, every mall got a damn food court, but they should have gyms in them. I remember when I worked at the mall in Century City, they had an Equinox, but that was the one that all the celebrities went through. That's how I ran into Halle Berry. Like you said, the last time I went to a mall was to go clothes shopping for my freshman year of high school, which was the same summer the third season of Stranger Things aired with Starcourt Mall. So you know what I'm talking about. But let's be honest, if we only want one specific item from one store, what's the point of going to a mall? We can just order it online. Also, the only mall is my in my county closed down this decade. Oh damn. Well, you do live in a small area, right? She was good in it. The movie was terrible though. We said the malls by my house have movie theaters, food courts, and some have arcades. So yeah, they're tricking it out to make the kids, keep the kids interested in coming. There's an AMC inside of a mall in Charlotte, and if I decide to watch the finale of Stranger Things in theaters, I'll have to enter a mall to go see it. Sidebar: Ice has been in. Mm-mm. Child, I just need to go somewhere. There was a video I just saw of like this ICE agent who they was like he proudly is showing his face and everything all over social media, and they even pulled up his Instagram handle and everything. Shout out to his wife with Kevin because he was the one that posted that. Um, and I was cackling. I'm like, well, look at you being all proud to be a damn ICE agent, and he was Latino too, Hispanic, doing it. Oh, they'd be the worst ones trying to ship off their own, people. It's so easy to shop online, but it's not an in-store experience. You see so much more. Yeah, that was the one thing I loved about going to the mall. It was like just being in there and moving, walking around and looking at all the stuff and grabbing things and um yeah, versus going online. You said 30,000 plus kids skip school on a Monday that live in the Charlotte area. This man is disgusting. That's like when I saw this video of this kid that was literally like doing at a press conference that was crying because he was worrying about he was like, I'm tired of having to show my parents these new videos every day of ICE grabbing this person or that person, or the fact that he's afraid that his parents are gonna be, taken away and shipped off somewhere. And you're sitting there thinking like, oh, we're shipping them back to their homes or whatever. That's not what they're doing. If I'm from Venezuela, why am I being shipped off to some gulag in Africa? Like, that don't make no damn sense. That's not where I was born. That's not where I'm from. That I don't know the language. And it's like, why are you shipping people off there? Well, you can't ship me off. I was born and raised in this motherfucking country. But for anybody else, it's just like, and first of all, as somebody who is an indigenous person and family lives on reservations, uh, you ain't shipping none of my people anywhere. Although I should say this, there was somebody who is actually Native American who they try to deport. So you can't fix stupid. Anyway, where we going? Okay, let's get back to the show and let's talk about Ariana Grande Frappuccino. So before we get to this tea about her saying that this Eternal Sunshine album, well, tour, will be her final lap around how she does music in the secular sense. I do want to give her a shout out because I just heard that she had to cancel a lot of her appearances because Miss Mama's got the 19. And by the 19, I mean the COVID-19. So the two-time Grammy Award winner and Oscar nominee posted a story on IG today that read moments before COVID with a shot of her appearance on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Girl, did you go on Jimmy Fallon with the 19? Did you give it to him? So now both Grande and Cynthia Erivo skipped the red carpet interviews during the NYC premiere for Wicked for Good. Well, it was funny because I was hearing tea about that Cynthia Erivo was under the weather, and that's why they were kind of skipping the whole red carpet. And it was like, oh, we're not feeling well. And they were just saying, like, I guess they were addressing in passing the situation with the guy who jumped over the barricade in Singapore and jumped and grabbed Ariana. Maybe he gave it to her. That's why what happened. I'm blaming it on him. Even if it's not true, he did it. He did it. So, Grande apparently she's gonna have to cut her press tour short because she has COVID. She was supposed to appear on Kelly Clarkson's show, but now Cynthia will actually be doing it by herself. Good, so that we ain't got to see them damn near trying to, hugging up on each other and the crying and like all of that is getting on my. I don't know what it is, but it's just like getting on my root canal nerve. Maybe because it feels like it's just being too put on and it feels a little too forced. So all the lovey-doveyness between them is just so annoying. But if y'all like it, I love it. So now both actresses tested positive for the 19 at separate moments during production on the first Wicked. Which, sidebar, we did talk about it yesterday that Wicked for Good is not really getting the best reviews. In fact, they're mixed. And a lot of people pretty much, like, it seems like a lot of the critics that are speaking on it is saying pretty much the same thing, that they're trying to take something that literally is about 30 minutes of stuff that I guess they cut from the last movie, and they're trying to stretch it out into a full movie, which kind of makes you wonder, if that's the case, then cut why did they split the movie in two parts? Like, you could have made them both. You could have made both movies. It just been a little longer. But if it was literally like the Wicked for Good, there's like a half hour of stuff, but y'all just trying to stretch it out to make it like a longer movie, so that way it could be a full length. Then you could have just added that to the first part. But this to me sounds like Warner Brothers being greedy and wanting to make money and capitalize off of this franchise. That's what it feels like to me. So, yeah, so she has the COVID. Hopefully she feels better. And we already talked about the crazed fan, social media influencer, crazed fan disguised as a social media influencer, because you can't be influencing anybody being a goddamn psychopath. But The funny thing is, look, they've been traveling around the world. All that does take its toll on your body. And then I think also because these two weigh like 12 pounds soaking wet, when y'all out here losing all that drastic weight, I do think that when y'all doing all that traveling and you leaving yourself exposed for to getting sick. So yeah, since November 4th, they've been traveling a lot. They've been in Sao Paulo, Brazil. They went to Paris. They went to London. They went to Singapore, and then they came to New York City. And I'm sure they probably would have took a trip over to LA to do that. And they said that the global start is expected to be well in excess of 200 million and around 150 million coming from the US and Canada. So, regardless of how people feel about Wicked for Good, yeah, it's not getting the greatest reviews, but I think because of those, how people love the first one, out of curiosity, they're expecting a bit of the same probably in the second one. Unless you're somebody who is well versed in the musical that was on Broadway and the book and everything, and that's what and you already know what to expect. Out unless you not if you're one of those people who are just like, oh, I like the movie, and they're expecting the second part to be just as good, then you might be disappointed. But those who already know, like if you watched if you read the book or you saw the Broadway musical, and it's like, you know what, the first half of the movie, I mean, of the musical is good, and the second half is kind of then you know what to expect. So yeah, good luck to you, Ariana. So now, in addition to that, let's get into this whole situation about her talking about eternal sunshine, as I like to call it, other spotless mind, because I'm sure that's where she got that from. But anyway, so yeah. So in regards to this whole situation, they're talking about that this tour will be a one-time event with no plans for major touring in the future. So the Break Free singer released her seventh studio album featuring songs like Yes and We Can Be Friends, Wait for Your Love, and The Boy Is Mine last year. However, besides exclusive performances on late night TV shows, SNL, and at the 2024 Met Gala, sidebar, she is doing SNL again next month with Cher as the musical guest, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm like, well, damn, can we get Ariana to do some songs too? Or let's just let Cher get up there and do whatever she's doing. But anyway, so yeah, she hasn't performed much of the album because she was heavily focused on doing Wicked and Wicked for Good. Now, in August, a tour was announced for the US, Canada, and the UK between June and September of 2026. It will be the first time the singer has toured since 2019. That's a long time, 7 years. Now, appearing on the most recent episode of Amy Poehler's Good Hang podcast, Grande discussed her career and how she imagined it looked going forward. Or so she said, I am feeling a lot more connected to myself and my art since I started doing different things. I spent so much time only doing pop music, but I grew up as a girl who loved musical theater and comedy. So I think the thing that will be best for my soul and also for my art and for what I'm giving to myself is if I'm using things that feel very right in the moment. Hence why she is talking about that she is working on possibly doing a musical. She's keeping that under wraps, and she's been acting. She did, in addition to Wicked and Wicked for Good, she also is going to be a part of the Meet the Parents franchise in the upcoming sequel called Focker-in-Law, where she's going to play the bride to be, or maybe they are married, to the Focker son. So she's going to be the daughter-in-law. So the wrapped filming, the movie wrapped filming, I should say, this month, and it's obviously, well, with that, I guess it's going to be coming out sometime in 2026. I'm not sure yet. So she said, in regards to that, I read the script and I love it, and it's funny, and I love the cast, and I'm so excited. She then mentioned her small stint in shows next year, which she explained had authentically sounded good to her. But generally, the Wicked for Good star said she was looking at other things aside from her music, which she said had taken over her life for a while. She says, I don't want to say any definitive things. I don't know what I'm very excited to do. I do know that I'm very excited to do this small tour, but I think it might not happen again for a long, 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 long time. So I'm going to have to give it my all, and it's going to be beautiful, and I'm so grateful. And I think that's why I'm doing it, because I'm like, one last hurrah. She then hastily said, for now. So yeah, she's not retiring from pop music, but she's saying that, yeah, for now I'm going to give y'all a little mini tour. And once I'm done with this, I'm going to give it my all. I was when I said I'm gonna give it my all. I don't know why I was thinking of Mariah Carey, but I was. But she says, "I'm gonna give it my all, and then when I'm done with that, I want to do other things to get my creative juices flowing." And as an artist, yeah, you want to continue to do different things. Nobody wants to sit and just make pop music all the damn time. I mean, if that's your passion and that's something you want to do, then great, do that. But to me, Ariana always gives like, I want to do other things. Like I've given y'all so much music and I've given y'all so much, of the hits and everything over the years. I played the game, I do all these things, but now that I'm in a specific place in my career, I want to try different things. I'm like, I got the acting bug. I've been liking doing all the movies and things that I've been doing. The success of the first Wicked. Wicked for Good is definitely going to do well, regardless of how critics scores and reviews be damned. The movie is going to make a lot of money because of the fact that it's IP alone, and people love Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande and all the other characters in the movie. And but I don't know about the Fockers. I mean, I did love Meet the Parents. Then they have Meet the Fockers. And so I like those movies, but hopefully it's funny because some people, person who's in movies says that a movie is funny. I'm like, obviously you're going to say that you're biased, but it's all TBD for the rest of us when we watch the movie. It's like, is it funny? Is Ariana good in the part? And so we'll see that. And if she wants to do something, which I've even recommended, I said Gaga even needs to do Broadway. Who knows? Maybe she'll do that down the road. But I was like, yeah, I would love to see Ariana, like her brother Frankie, do some Broadway because that was kind of his bag for a moment, and I think still is. He was doing the Broadway thing while she was all being the big A-list pop star, and he's got his own niche going. But I would definitely love to see Ariana do some Broadway. So I'll definitely be looking forward to seeing what she's got cooking up next in regards of the next stage of her career. But I ask all of you, are you disappointed that Miss Mamas has pretty much said that for now she's putting her pop star ponytail, leaving it, on the shelf for a moment while she goes off and just channels different creative, you know, parts of her psyche or whatever you want to call it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm, mm, Latino ice agents are the saddest bunch. They're so ashamed of being who they are. They spread misery and too stupid to get a real job. Not to say it's signed a Mexican. And the funny enough is that I was watching this video. I think it might have been on Kyle Kalinske, where this guy was like, how a lot of Trump has lost a lot of his Latin voting, you know, constituents. And a lot of them was like, oh yeah, because and the main thing they always focus on, oh yeah, he lied to us and said that they was gonna only deport the criminals and all that other stuff, and now he's deporting everybody. I'm like, where you thought it was only gonna stop there? Like that's kind of a given. Is that I mean, look, at one point Obama was known as the deporter in chief. Well, I think now Trump said, hold my beer, because he's literally trying to surpass that. And but making it so obvious. And I'm sitting there like, what did y'all think was gonna happen? There's only a small amount of criminals that are immigrants that are in this country. But he looks at all of y'all as y'all ain't shit, y'all are trash. Well, this is the same man that literally was at a press conference. I don't remember what day it was. It had to be this week. When he was speaking at a McDonald's press conference telling the corporations not to raise the wages on the people that work at McDonald's. Make that make sense. Well, y'all should be surprised. He's never been for the people. He despises poor people. He said he loves the poorly educated. Did you see that Grace Randolph? She gets on my damn nerves. I cannot take her. Literally, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard for me. But now she talking about she crying. I'm like, can you imagine hearing that her sad voice at a high pitched rate? I mean, her voice is always high, but no, I can't watch her. She annoys me. As I think he get. I think he gave it to him too. Okay, as I said, we blaming it on the guy that jumped over the back and he had the COVID-19 and he gave Ariana Grande the COVID. My plans to watch a Wicked. My plans were to watch Wicked as a double feature. Have halted as soon as I found out Dorothy is completely face. That's dumb. That you're not even going to show Dorothy in it. Well, I did have Sailor Mermaid ask me, "Okay, what you doing this weekend? You gonna see Wicked for good?" I ain't watching that shit. Look, as I said last time when I was asked about the first Wicked, I was like, nobody's that damn gay that I'm going to the movies to see that. I will go see Sisu 2 before I go see some damn Wicked. But I am working this weekend, so I don't have time to be, running to the theater. But that ain't what I said. I guess when Sailor Mermaid watches this episode, you gonna hear that shade. You said Ari revealed that when she went to London to film for Wicked, she went in thinking Positions was gonna be her last album. It was My Little Secret. She's the top pick to win BSA at the 2026. Yeah. Um, well, I don't know if it's necessarily best supporting actress. I think they're gonna bump her up to best actress, and then I think Cynthia Erivo will get best supporting. And it's because, from what I'm hearing, Glinda's role is much more prominent in this film versus Cynthia Erivo's Elphaba. You're gonna say, I think they said that there's more Ariana Grande in this movie than in the previous one. So they're literally trying to position her for a best actress nomination. But we'll see, because we need to know, like, what's the nominees, because at this point I am so confused. I don't know what, like, this has been a weird year in regards of movies and what movies would be interesting that they would pick for the Oscars. Like, I'm confused. Like, I don't know what movies they would even be thinking about putting them in one battle after another. Like, that to me, that gives that. I would love to see Sinners get a bunch of damn nominations, and not for best cinematography, best music, best special effects, or I don't want the typical thing that y'all like to give horror movies. Like, there needs to be some acting categories that some of the people are put up for as well. If Ari gets bumped to Best Actress, Ariana is not winning. She probably won't win, but I feel like they'll probably put her up there because who knows? I'm thinking that they will probably want to give both of them some sort of a way of getting nominations. Because could you imagine they will put Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo as Best Supporting, and they got them fighting amongst each other? That would be something messy this industry would do, though. Okay, so now let's get back into the show. And I guess we can give a huge congratulations to the Weeknd because his After Hours from Till Dawn tour is bringing in the big numbers. And I do like some of the Weeknd stuff. Some of his music is good. Now I'm gonna be honest, I did not like the After Hours album. It just felt a little one and the same for me. But the people love him. I remember, what was I? I think I was when I worked at Sabrina Carpenter concert. I was talking to a lady who was talking about how she had just did she had went, not did, but she went to the Weekend's concert and all that other stuff, and she had brought her daughters there to see Sabrina. So the Weekend's After Hours Till Dawn tour isn't set to wrap up until next year, but the singer-songwriter has already grossed over $1 billion from the series of concerts. The stadium tour kicked off in July of 2022. Damn, he's been touring that long for this damn thing? That's 3 years. Oh, they said that it kicked off in July of 2022 after it was postponed following the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's continually evolved ever since. He'll wrap the tour next year with the dates in Mexico, Brazil, Europe, and the UK, with the general sale of those dates to be has cemented the tour as the top earning male solo artist tour in history. Well, I guess because he's been touring for 3 years with this thing, but had to postpone it. And then since then, it's like you add new songs, you evolve it. Isn't that what Taylor Swift did with the Eras tour? And I said this is going to be the new way that people are going to have to tour. Like, if you really want your stuff to last a long time, you do the same tour, you evolve it and all this other stuff. Sidebar, I just saw that Robin had just performed in LA. I was so mad. I was like, damn, why could she do it in New York? Because I was trying to remember which one, because I know I have it in here. She was at the Fonda Theater where it was called An Evening with Robin, and the track list, well, the set list was Missing You, Call Your Girlfriend, Be Mine, Cobra Style, Ever Again, Blow My Mind, Dopamine, Honey, or as I like to say, Henny. Between the Lines, Love is Free, Don't Tell Me Don't fucking tell me what to do, but they put DFTMWTD and Domo, and then for the encore they had "Hang with Me" Monument and "With Every Heartbeat." Child, I would have killed that, been to that damn show, but um, sadly I wasn't because I'm not on the West Coast. But anyway, to get back to the weekend, and so it goes to show how much I care about this story. I had to throw Robin up in there, but okay, so the tour has sold over 7.5 million tickets, grossing over 1 billion across 153 shows. The leg of performances across North America in 2025 alone boasted over 40 sold out dates and broke several records for their respective venues. He was named the top grossing black male artist in the I was about to make a joke. I was like, Abel's black? Black male artists in the history of venues in several cities, including New York, Montreal, and Houston. He also broke the record for most shows by a male solo artist on a single tour in his hometown of Toronto. It seemed like this is the only Canadian we like because we just be like F Drake, right? Thanks to his 6 performances at the Rogers Center. Initially planned to start in 2020, in support of his album After Hours. The tour finally kicked off in 2022 and also supported the album's follow up, Dawn FM, thanks to the arrival of his 2025 album, Hurry Up Tomorrow. That was another one. I didn't particularly care for Hurry Up Tomorrow. Well, quiet as it's kept, I didn't care for the movie either, but the music, I didn't particularly care for that. He was provided with a fresh slate of material to work with on the most recent American and Canadian leg of the tour. The news comes not that long after the Weeknd purchased a $54.9 million estate in Miami that has enough room to host a mega yacht. The waterfront residence includes 8 bedrooms, a 1.24-acre lot, and a dock. Well, you know, if you're living in Miami, you can pretty much put a boat. You can pull up a boat in your house. But at this point, it's like, yeah, if you your tour just made you $1 billion, like he's literally up there with like Taylor Swift in regards of like his cointadas being just off the stratosphere, off the charts. And when you spending $54 million, 54.9 million to be exact, for a home in Miami that pretty much has 9 rooms or 8 bedrooms, they said he also owns a mansion in Bel Air, California, which served as a fictional residence featured in the series The Idol. So yeah, when you watch The Idol, which was also terrible, um, he was using his house in the show. But I guess long story short, what this proves is that Abel needs to stick to the rivers and the lakes that he's used to, which is making music and sounding like a sheep being strangled when he sings. But for the most part, it's like stick to the synth pop music that you've been making and leave the acting to the professionals because acting is not your forte. But congratulations on this other stuff with this tour doing as well as it does because you know everybody likes him and likes the music. And I like some of his songs, but he don't move the needle for me. But I do like some of the songs. I'm not gonna hold you on that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Abel out here? You know, I'm calling him by his government. Abel out here basically making $1 billion on this tour that he's been doing for the past 3 years. And like I was saying, it's like what I guess is the most interesting thing is when you create and make new music, you can constantly evolve your tour by taking things out, adding things in, doing all new things, and that keeps the show fresh. But if he's taking breaks and coming back and expanding on the tour, I feel like that's the future of tours anyway, instead of people just being like, I'm gonna just do 23 dates on a tour and then you neglect the fans that you have over in other countries and continents and things of that nature, and then they've done moved on to the next artist because, oh well, you're not gonna come to Australia, then fuck you, I ain't gonna listen to your music because you don't support the people out here that support you. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Did you what the Coast Guard what? Did you what the Coast Guard allows? From my understanding, this doesn't shock anyone as the Coast Guard is all about that behavior. Oh, you talking about the Coast Guard allowing racist stuff to be on, you know, like swastikas and all that. Chill, I'm not surprised. And this is all up under this damn administration, so nobody should be surprised by any of that mess. But anyway, let's get back into the show. Let's talk about Kevin Spacey, who is out here. Want everybody to feel sorry for him because he said that because of all these accusations coming out about him sexually harassing some of his male co-stars, like Anthony Rapp and a bunch of others, that he run around here homeless and his career, since his career hasn't recovered from those allegations. I was like, where is the photo? There it is. I was like, sometimes when I be trying to find things in my own library, I can't find it. But anyway, there it is. Let's get into the story. So now, in a new interview with the Telegraph, the actor said he lost his Baltimore house because the cost over these last 7 years have been astronomical. He said, quote, I've had very little coming in and everything going out. You get through it in weird ways. I feel I'm back to where I first started, which is I just went where the work was. Everything is in storage, and I hope at some point, if things continue to improve, that I'll be able to decide where I want to settle down again. I'm living in hotels, I'm living in Airbnbs, I'm going where the work is. I literally have no home. That's what I'm attempting to explain. Well, don't actors pretty much live like a nomad anyway. Like you're spending more time traveling and making movies and going where the work is, that a lot of actors don't really have a particular place to set down roots. And this is what happens when you out here laying alone with spreading the wine and doing inappropriate things that you ain't supposed to be doing. And you thought because you was in a certain position as, a big time A-list actor or whatever, that you could just do whatever with no consequence. But then especially being a closeted homosexual. And the worst part about it was that still irks me to this day. This Heather had the unlitigated gall to finally use that moment of all them accusations coming out and be like, yeah, I'm gay. Bitch, we knew you was a queen. But how you going to use this now as your situation? Be like, oh, look. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gay. It's like, what you're not going to do is use the whole sexual harassment, that sort of thing to come that make this your coming out party. Or in the words of Lady Chablis, coming out party. Remember when she said that in Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil? So it's like, no, we don't want, no, don't even try to associate it, because what it does is that a lot of you self-hating homosexuals that remain in the closet because your careers is more important than y'all getting it in, getting your rocks off, which you should do, but there needs to be consent involved. Don't try to equate the sexual assault with the gay stuff, because those are always the stereotypes that the straight people think that we're a bunch of goddamn PDF files and perverts. No, that's this current administration. All them rich white men that's up in there doing all that mess. That ain't us. So he described his financial situation as not great and admitted that bankruptcy is something that has been discussed. Now, over the past several years, Spacey has been accused of sexual misconduct by more than a dozen men. He has denied all the allegations. In 2023, Spacey was found not guilty in a London court for a case in which four men said he sexually assaulted them between 2001 and 2013. He was also found not liable in a 2022 civil lawsuit brought by actor Anthony Rapp, who complained who claimed that Spacey had M-worded him when he was 14 years old. Now, since 2017, when the allegations came to light, Spacey has struggled to be hired as an actor. He has appeared in a few projects and recently performed a variety show in Cyprus, which is the center point of the Telegraph feature. In the interview, he claimed he is slowly getting more work. Some of the Mel Gibson, a couple of these people out here getting work. um Saying we are in touch with some extremely powerful people who want to put me back to work, and that will happen in its right time. But I will also say that I think the industry seems to be waiting for what I think the industry seems to be waiting for is to be given permission by someone who is in some position of enormous respect and authority. I will agree with him on that, because here's the thing: Hollywood don't sit up in here and hold people accountable. I think that's the illusion. I think what happens is Hollywood reads the tea leaves. Hollywood sees where the pendulum is swinging, and they jump on the bandwagon to save face. So if all of this mess wasn't coming out because of Kevin Spacey's popularity, they would have still worked with him. They would have still been giving him opportunities. He would still be making these high-profile A-list movies, and they be looking the other way because he's making the money. But a lot of times Hollywood, they're a little short bus slow. They like to jump on whatever the bandwagon is, and they ride it till they can't till the wheels fall off. And I do agree with him that I do believe that they're waiting for some A-lister like a Steven Spielberg, Yes, he still makes movies, so I'm throwing him in there. Or Scorsese or somebody decides to work with Kevin Spacey, be like, oh, I guess he's good, so we'll put him in a movie. Because here's the thing: even if he is guilty of some of the things that he has been accused of doing with those men, and people always say that, yeah, a lot of guys, the reason why, I mean, even though it is bad for women, it's even worse for young boys or men because they get abused and people kind of look at them as like, oh, well, why didn't you push them off? Or why did you allow it to happen? It's like, this is somebody who is in a position of power, using their power to take advantage, allegedly, of someone who doesn't have this, who's not on the same level of power as they are. So that's what we're looking at. It's a power dynamic. That's what sexual assault, that's what rape, that's what all of that stuff is about. It's not about getting off sexually. It's about having, it's about flexing your power. That's what, you know, grape is all about. So in saying that, he was accused of these things. He was found not guilty. So, and found not liable. So, with all that being said, even if they said that, yeah, the court said what they said, and they've done the same thing with Jonathan Majors. He did his time. He didn't get on like the harshest situations or whatever, but people still not willing to work with him. So, at what point is it like, okay, now it'd be okay for us to give Kevin Spacey another chance or another opportunity? Now, if they do give him the chance and the opportunity, that's up to us. We could sit and decide, well, do you believe the victims? And if you believe the victims, you won't go. Now it's up to you to whether or not you're going to support Kevin Spacey's movies or whatever projects he decides to show up in. So yeah, he also went on to say that, like as I was saying before, he said his feeling is that if Scorsese or Tarantino call Evan Lowenstein, his manager, it will be over. I will be incredibly honored and delighted when that level of talent picks up the phone. Well, first of all, Quentin Tarantino actually got to figure out what his last movie is going to be before he even picks up a phone and decides to work with him. And we'll say this. I will say this. I guess he's bringing up Tarantino because Tarantino put him on the map. We didn't know who Kevin Spacey was until he did Reservoir Dogs. I mean, no, Usual Suspects. That's what that was. Did he wait? I gotta look that up. No, I think did he write the script? Now I gotta look that up because I'm like confusing myself. Um, who wrote or who not Reservoir? No, Quentin Tarantino did Reservoir Dogs. Who did Usual Suspects? Oh, that was child, not that abuser. Brian Singer did that. Wait, but who wrote the script? Didn't Oh no, Christopher McQuarrie wrote that. Shout out to him. Oh, Christopher McQuarrie is a great writer. He writes a lot of he wrote a lot, he did like the last couple of Mission Impossible movies. But I know like Quentin Tarantino has worked. I know he's worked with Kevin Spacey. And I'm not bugging. He's had that work with him before, so that's why he brought that up. But anyway, despite his financial woes, Spacey said he has not felt isolated at all, but also it's been incredibly positive. He says to have the opportunity to stop, look at my life, ask questions. Why was I such a good villain? Probably because you was playing yourself in real life. I mean, on the screen. Why did I fit so well into a narrative that was out there? And some of those were important questions for me to ask to take accountability for where I made mistakes. I've always felt the public was on my side and understood what had happened and were not buying into things that they were reading. And I've always been enormously grateful for that. But that last sentence, I don't know, Kevin, because gay Twitter, I don't think was really on your side in regards of some of the accusations and stuff that was coming out. Maybe there was some people that are fans of your movie work. Kevin Spacey, the actor, that was kind of like, okay, they team Spacey on it. I don't know. I need y'all to jump in the comments and let me know if y'all believed Kevin Spacey in all of this. But for the most part, I'm like, okay, this is like coming straight out of the Kevin Spacey. I'm in the A-list Hollywood bubble. You're talking about there were people on your side. Maybe there were people telling you that to your face, but the tea leaves were saying a little something different. And I believe that a lot of people were not necessarily Team Spacey when it came to those accusations and stuff coming out. So I don't know if you correct with that, but In the meantime, we'll just have to see if the tide turns and there are people who are in the major studio situation that would want to give you the opportunity to get a chance to be in an A-list movie. Only time will tell. What happened with that final season of that show that he was on that was on Netflix? What's that whole drama that happened behind the scenes with that? I need to look that up to find out what that tea was, but there's been always stories floating around about Kevin Spacey. But anyway, I would definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you think that he should be forgiven and that the industry should work with or give him another chance? If he's been vindicated of all the charges and they found him not liable and stuff, that doesn't this mean that Hollywood should still work with Kevin Spacey? That he should be given a chance because the law is the law. They tried it in court. The judge came up with his conclusion. At this point now, it should probably be like, yeah, we should give Kevin Spacey because he went through and did all the proper channels. He went through the courts. They gave the verdict. He wasn't found guilty of anything. So at what point do they, even if he is guilty, but that's what the law is, and the law is what it is. And whether right, good, bad, or indifferent. But should they give him another chance? They've given worse people opportunities. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You said this might, I'm like, Chad, we just got to the 2 hour mark. You talking about this might be my first 6 hour show. I was like, let's see. Well, look, I'm not going to cross that bridge until we get there. 2 topics late, but now I think about it, I actually still want to watch Wicked as a double feature. Toto is on a leash. So is that why you want to watch it? Because Toto's on a leash? This predatory closet case is homeless and penniless, intense in hell. Boo hoo. You said that it's crazy because he's been starring since '92. First Oscars in '96 and 2000s. He obviously was not great with money. Yeah, because I was like, what the hell was you doing? Maybe he's saying that all his money got wrapped up in litigation, like all these cases that he was fighting in court, that it got wrapped up in. I mean, when that picture I showed her, that was the house that he was living in before he was homeless. So or claim that he's homeless, that he's living in Airbnbs and all this other stuff, and he may have to declare bankruptcy. But I'm sitting there like, well, all that money that you was accumulating, what the hell was you doing with it? Was your bills that expensive? The court bills and all that stuff? Because he had like they said, it was a dozen men accused him of abuse. And then he had the Anthony Rapp situation that happened. He lost a suit of 31 million to Netflix plus. Oh, okay. So it was. I didn't know there was a whole situation with him. I did say there was something that went on with him in that show with Netflix. I don't remember what it was, but I remember there was a whole situation wrapped around it. Did they kill his character off? Remember finishing up that season, similar to what they did to Kevin Costner on Yellow. I was going to say Yellow Jackets, Yellowstone. Yellow Jackets is a completely different show. But anyway, let's get back into, speaking of which, the show, because we got a couple of essay stories today. And I'm not talking about essay as in what the Mexicans say or the cholos. I'm talking about sexual. So let's get, speaking of vindication, let's talk about Vin Diesel, who seems to have been vindicated over this alleged sexual battery suit that he was accused of from an assistant back in 2023 who worked on what's that damn show? Um, Fast and the Furious, because that's all he does these days. So yeah, we got an update on that story. Let's get into it. So, despite a Los Angeles judge dismissing the final claims in a 2-year-old sexual battery and retaliation lawsuit against Vin Diesel filed by a former assistant to the Fast and Furious star, this may not be the finish line in the matter. So shout out to Deadline for this story. The court did not decide anything about the truth of Miss Asta Jonason's allegations. Attorney Matthew Hale told Deadline after the ruling came down Wednesday. The ruling was based on a legal technicality with which we respectfully disagree. Miss Jonason intends to appeal. In fact, while technicality might be a stretch, the merits of Jonason's allegations about what did or did not occur late one 2010 night in Atlanta's St. Regis Hotel were not addressed at all in LA County Superior Court Judge Daniel M. Crowley's Long Summit judgment ruling this morning. It was almost all about geography, now saying, quote, it is undisputed that the alleged SA took place in Atlanta, Georgia, the judge stated in his 13-page ruling, noting that Jonason's claims are based on an alleged violation of a California statute. It fails as a matter of law because California statuses are presumed not to have extraterritorial, Jesus Christ is a mouthful, extraterritorial effect unless the legislator explicitly states otherwise in adopting the statute. Detailing an alleged assault by Diesel after a night of clubbing during the filming of Fast Five, Jonason's lawyers filed her suit in December of 2023. Ms. Jonason struggled continually to break free of his grasp. While repeatedly saying no, the initial filing declared. Vin Diesel is physically larger and much stronger than Ms. Jonason and abused his position of authority as her employer and was able to easily overpower Ms. Jonason. A couple of hours after the alleged assault in the actor's hotel suite, Jonason was kicked to the curb by his sister Samantha Vincent, because his name is Mark Vincent in real life. Ms. Jonason was fired for courageously resisting Vin Diesel's SA. Vin Diesel would be protected and his SA covered up, the 10-page claim suit said. Here's the weird thing. I know your brother. Now, this is the worst. It's like, okay, you out here abusing women and your sibling is covering it up. But I guess when your sister's a producer on the franchise or whatever, she gonna cover up your mess, allegedly. Saying, quote, let me be very clear. Vin Diesel categorically denies this claim in its entirety. Diesel's lawyer, Brian Freeman. Who else is what? You know what? Sidebar. Have y'all noticed Brian Freeman busy? Brian Freeman, if I'm not mistaken, is also working with Justin Baldoni on his messy case with Blake Lively. And yes, I've been following that Blake Lively case. The older stuff I've been following lately, oh, her and that husband of hers ain't ish. And if sidebar, have you noticed Ryan Reynolds is what, almost 50? He looked older than Methuselah. What happened to him? All that damn stress from this case and that wife of his? and calling his kids demons and how he soft disciplines his children. There was a whole thing about it. People magazine did an article. Maybe I'll detail it one of these days. But he annoys me. His wife even annoys me even more, but I think he annoys me more than she does. But anyway, back into this story. I just had like a little side thing with Ryan Reynolds because of this whole situation. But anyway, let's get back into the story. So um they said Jonason filed accusations under the Golden State Statute of Limitations Lifting SA and Cover Up Accountability Act, which has no bearing on something that went down in the Peach State 15 years ago. This, according to what the judge ruled. Plaintiffs' causes of action impermissibly apply California law to extraterritorial conduct in the state of Georgia. California authorities make it clear that California law cannot be applied to any of plaintiffs' claims. Now, back in June, citing statute of limitations expectations, the same judge threw out a quartet of Jonas's claims filed under California Fair Employment and Housing Act. Today's ruling on the half dozen remaining claims comes after the judge heard arguments on the matter in his downtown LA courtroom earlier this month. After the hearing, Hale pitched Crowley that this was very much a California case, along with the fact that Fast Five was shooting in Georgia on a temporary basis and everybody will be back in California soon enough. The gist of Hale's POV was that his client and Diesel are both residents of California, and Jonason was hired by the actor's California-based One Race Production, which was also a defendant in the case after a sit-down at the company's LA headquarters. Why is this reminding me also of the thing regarding Derek Dixon and Tyler Perry? Because wasn't there a story that came out or whatever that they were talking about there was a whole statue situation with the location where he decided to file the case in LA rather than Atlanta, where Tyler Perry's studios is actually headquartered. So there was a thing with that, but it seems like the same thing with this story where they're saying she should have filed this stuff in Los Angeles because that's where his headquarters and stuff is, his production company, everything, all the business he does is in LA. But they were doing temporary filming in Atlanta. But if the incident happened in Atlanta, that's where I'm filing it. Why do I have to file it in LA? These things with this court of law is stupid sometimes, the way y'all do these. And it's funny how y'all follow shit to the T when it comes to this, but y'all letting this current administration do whatever the hell they want with this country, stealing all this money from millions of Americans, and y'all can't play catch up with everything because he's slithering through and doing whatever hell he wants with the law. So make it make sense. Like how y'all cherry pick when it comes to how y'all want to follow cases and things. I'm talking about the president, in case y'all didn't catch on. So in response, Liner Friedman Titleman and Cooley LLP's Sean Hardy, one of Diesel's lawyers, essentially argued that the allegations were an out of state crime and hence needed to be addressed in Georgia. So, wait a minute, let me read that again. They said one of his lawyers essentially argued that the allegations were an out of state crime and hence needed to be addressed in Georgia. So, y'all actually admitting something happened? Because based on that line, that something may have transpired, and your client might be guilty. Because if you're sitting there saying that the allegations were an out of state crime and needed to be addressed in Georgia, why would you even say that? As you're trying to defend and make it seem like your client didn't do it. Now, do I think that Vin Diesel be capable of, you know, grabbing up on I was gonna say somebody of the same gender. Why am I not buying the whole? I mean, the opposite gender situation. I'm thinking more like I would not be surprised if he did it to someone of the same gender. But if he's doing it with somebody of the opposite gender, I wouldn't be surprised that with that man. I don't know. Sometimes Vin Diesel gives me like somebody with an enlarged ego that he's very condescending. With that, like I like the movies, I like some of the stuff he's done. He hasn't made the best choices in regards to his career, especially when it came to pertain to being an action movie star. I always thought that he was bigger than the choices that he was making. Hence why Dwayne Johnson had the much better acting action movie star career than him, which is probably why he's feeling a little salty to this day. But I definitely have to keep abreast of this story as it develops because I was like, while I'm trying to make sense of it, some of it was relatively confusing in regards of the legalities of it all. So if there's any attorneys or whatever out there that really know how to break this down and understand all this extra stuff, if I'm missing anything, definitely let me know in the comments. But the final line in the article it says, as evidenced by today and a tentative ruling early this month, Hardy's argument won the day and has put the brakes on the case heading to trial. So yeah, it's they pump their brakes on it a little bit, but the reality is they said they're gonna appeal. So if Miss Yonason is gonna appeal the case, we'll just have to see where they go from there. And in that case, I'll definitely keep you abreast of that story as it develops. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you all your overall thoughts on this particular topic. Let me know what your thoughts are on it in the comments down below. She said, hell no, not everyone not guilty. I don't understand what the fuck that even means. It's about yap, yap, yap. First of all, I'm doing a show. So if you're referring to me in regards of yapping, what the fuck else am I gonna do on a podcast? Just stare into space? Anyway, Vin Diesel listens to Joe Rogan every week. He probably does. Anyway, um, did I hit the wrong button? All right, so let's get back into the show and see what the people are saying. Well, we already saw what enough people saying. Now let's talk about Smokey Robinson, who is now yet again hit with more SA allegations. So our second that emotion hitmaker has learned A second round of accusers have come forward with claims of SA going on and about with him, which is, I guess, unfortunate, but this is the latest. So let's get into it. So Smokey Robinson has been slapped with two new sexual battery allegations, including one from a former male employee. The new accusers, who were referred to as John Doe 1 and Jane Doe 5, have been added as plaintiffs to the $50 million lawsuit filed by four former housekeepers against the Motown legend and his wife Frances. That was back in May. Now, according to court documents, John Doe began working for the singer and his wife at their California home in 2013. The ex employee was said to help with automobile detailing and related tasks. John Doe alleged Robinson began sexually harassing him soon after the couple hired him and would check on his work while wearing only underwear. The male plaintiff further claimed that the 85-year-old would inappropriately touch himself in his presence, and sexual arousal was vivid and unmistakable during these incidents. Well, I guess if your wife ain't getting your rocks off, now you got to go out here and be a pervert around people who don't want to see the pervertation happen. So they said the lawsuit claimed allegedly, Robinson's alleged behavior was often followed by vulgar and offensive advances, prompting John Doe to tell the singer, "Put some clothes on." Now the question remains: Are you saying that because he being an old, an old pervert, rather than, um, you know, if he was younger and was snatched for the gods, like the body was bodying and he looks attractive, would you be more for that? I mean, even though I shouldn't be saying like maybe you wanted those advances or whatever, but if you're being a dirty old man, it's like, yeah, don't I want to see all that? Now, while John Doe stated that he quit shortly after the alleged incident, he returned to work for the couple in 2023 at their request. See, now this is where you done messed up. I understand, but then again, I guess you looking at it as like, maybe you look at it as like, well, you know what? Imma do it because celebrities, they pay well versus me cleaning some regular person's house. If I'm being a cleaner or a housekeeper, whatever the case is, for, um, a celebrity, I could survive financially in that way, so I'm just put up with it, Imma deal with it, because I don't know, if somebody's doing all this stuff, I don't know if I would wanna go back after that. So then it said one alleged incident was said to take place in 2022 when Robinson grabbed John Doe's hand and forcibly tried to place it on his genitals, but John Doe broke free of his grip and left the property. Now, when John Doe said that he quit, I told her that he already returned to work in 2023 at their request. When John Doe returned to working for the Robinsons, he claimed that the singer's behavior did not change, and upon learning of similar conduct toward other victims and out of concern for his own well-being, he quit for a second time. Well, I don't know. First of all, when people show me who they are the first time, I believe him. In the words of Maya Angelou, I'm not going to continue to go back and work for the same person thinking, oh, that was just a one-time thing. He ain't going to do it again. Like, why the hell would you go back to that? And that's why I said, yeah, that's when you messed up. Like, why would you go back thinking that? I mean, there's plenty of other celebrities. I'm sure you can clean a house or do whatever without having to go back to them old nasty people. So, as for the Jane Doe 5, the plaintiff claimed that she began working for the cruising singer and his wife as a housekeeper in 2005. She took a leave of absence due to a work related injury, but returned to her job in 2007 and left in 2011. Similar to John Doe's claims, Jane Doe 5 alleged that Robinson began harassing her only a few months into her employment. Jane Doe 5 alleged the sexual harassment mostly took place on the second floor of the couple's home. The former housekeeper claimed Robinson called her baby and would summon her to his room, often while he was showering or getting out of the shower. Robinson allegedly asked Jane Doe number 5 or Jane Doe 5 to join him in the shower and scrub his back. Child, you have to scrub that shit by yourself, because I be damned if as a housekeeper I'm gonna be scrubbing anybody's back. The only person I'm scrubbing is if I'm hunching you. I ain't hunching no damn employees, scrubbing no employer's back. She further claimed on more than 10 occasions he forcibly grabbed her hand and attempted to make her touch his genitals, each time resulting in her resisting and leaving the room. According to the complaint, Robinson would walk around naked in his employee's presence, inappropriately touching her chest and whisper, "I like you and want to touch all of you. Ask for whatever you want so you can be with me." Echoing claims from the four former housekeepers who filed the lawsuit in May, Jane Doe 5 also stated that she was underpaid, overworked, and accused Robinson's wife of being aware of his behavior but failing to intervene. Well, she probably felt that was the only way that that man was going to get his rocks off. But they said Robinson has been accused, especially because when you ain't trying to deal with old sandbags, it's like, I'm going to just try to do this to other people. But you should not be using your power of being a celebrity or the boss, or whatever the case is, to do perverted things to people that are paid to clean your house or to do housekeeper things. So they said Robinson has been accused of sexual battery, assault, sexual harassment, hostile work environment, false imprisonment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, among other claims. The entertainer has vehemently denied all allegations. Well, of course, in this type of situation, that's what he's going to do. So why would anybody be surprised by his behavior? So yeah, I'm not surprised by any of this mess, and we'll just have to see if these people can get any kind of compensation from him being an old nasty, you know, an old dirty old man, I guess is what the word I'm trying to look for. So yes, I will definitely give you guys the rest of the story. Like, there's been stuff that's been coming out. Like, look, if it's one, what they always say, if one person comes out, there's going to be a dozen more that follows. And so we have five people that have come out and pretty much said that things have transpired. They all can't be lying. So we'll just have to see what happens. So let me know what you guys, if you believe it, if you don't believe it, whatever the case is, let me know what your overall thoughts on this story is in the comments down below. Wayne Newton, look at that is not Wayne Newton. X addiction is a real problem. Corn addiction is a real problem, although no one treats it like an addiction. It is an addiction. There's a lot of like a lot of these things are an addiction, and they think because well, I believe that anything that's excessive is an addiction. Um, and too many people, there are a lot of people out there, unfortunately, that just don't know how to take things in moderation. I don't have addiction issues. Luckily, like I've never been somebody who's been addicted to food or alcohol, whatever the case is. Like I could easily just walk away from stuff like that. So, but those who do, it's like, yeah, there needs to be things in place to help people because there's a lot of people who can't wean themselves off of things. Maybe it's just the way that they're wired. But how will we know when we have a country that just kind of thumbs its nose on issues regarding mental health? All right, y'all. So now we got some more assault news. Let's get into this story about Stefon Diggs. Now, I was gonna bring this up yesterday, but I totally forgot to bring this up when we were talking about the whole Cardi B thing, but we'll talk about it now. So yeah, Stefon Diggs, there was a guy who was an influencer that I had accused Stefon of pretty much S sexual assault and things of that nature, which gotta be like, let me find out Cardi B out here messing with a man that might be fluid. Not sitting up here saying like there aren't any footballers that are in the closet that might be bisexual or or homosexual. Because trust and believe, there's plenty of people that are in sports that are just in the closet. So, according to page six, they said that the New England Patriots star claimed he's now filed suit against the guy that is accusing him, the social media star who's accusing him of drugging, SAing, and later conspiring to kill him. Because there was like a video or something or another where he was trying to get in the elevator and Stefan's people dragged him out of the elevator and they started beating him up. I saw that video. But anyway, so this is the New England Patriots star claimed in the court docs filed on October 1st and obtained by TMZ that the would-be social media influencer concocted a false story about an alleged incident that went down at Diggs' Rockville, Maryland home in May of 2023. Now, in the suit, Diggs claimed he, Griffith, and other influencers um, went to a club after attending a charity basketball game, in Washington D.C. After the club outing, everyone went back to the wide receiver's home. Now, per the docs obtained by TMZ, Diggs claimed he went into his bedroom with and his assistant asked Griffith to leave the home. However, 2 years later, Griffith took to social media alleging Diggs drugged and attempted to SA him and allegedly conspired to have him unalived. Now, in the suit, Diggs claimed that Griffith not only posted the allegations to his nearly 100,000 Instagram followers online, but also tagged UGG and actress Sarah Jessica Parker. Why are you tagging Carrie Bradshaw? What's she going to do? Who posed with the NFL star for the footwear company's campaign. Now, Diggs, who's 31, is seeking damages. Well, damn, Cardi, okay, she like him young, because isn't Cardi older than him or are they around the same age? Is seeking damages and attorney fees. However, the exact amount is undisclosed. Now, in a statement to page 6, Griffith's attorney, Jake Lebowitz of Posey Lebowitz PLLC, denied Diggs' fabricated claims, saying, quote, Mr. Griffith is looking forward to showing the world in court that regardless of the fairy tale fabricated by Mr. Diggs' high-priced New York lawyers, he is the victim of Mr. Diggs' unwanted sexual advances and his brother's violent attacks. Not only will we defend against these false allegations, but our counterclaims for sexual battery will be filed shortly. Now, in August, Griffin took his IG stories saying that he was disgusted that UGG hired Diggs to be the face of their campaign after the social media star filed a police report about their alleged 2023 encounter earlier that month. So he went and posted this Instagram post who said, so Stefon Diggs drugged me, attempted to SA me, and then conspired with his employees slash hitmen to organize an attack on my life that his brother, Darius Diggs, or is it Derez, was charged and convicted for being involved in. And at UGG gave him a campaign spot standing alongside at Sarah Jessica Parker. Somebody's got to do their homework. I'm disgusted, and there's like a green face emoji and a throw up emoji. So then he posted this other thing which says, at can you read code MCPD incident report? Which was that says that this report is an overview of the facts and circumstances surrounding the investigation. This report is not meant to be exhaustive, rather, it is intended to serve as a general outline of the investigation. On October 16, 2024, the writer was working as an on-call detective for the Montgomery County Police SBID Sex Assault Unit when a notification was received of an SA that occurred earlier, reported by Christopher Griffith, calling from California. The writer called Griffith and conducted an interview over the phone. There is an audio recording of the interview. If there is a discrepancy, the audio will take precedence. Griffith provided an email to the writer summarizing the incident. The following is that statement, not in its entirety. And they got that in parentheses. Stefon Diggs drugged and SA'd me on May 22nd, 2023, and then 1 week later conspired to have me unalive on May 29, 2023, to suppress his gay slash bisexual secrets from becoming exposed after I denied his sexual advances and now knew his secret. I was staying at his home in Rockville for one night on May 21st to May 22nd, 2023. Around 1 a.m. in the early morning of May 22nd, 2023, he and I left his Rockville, Maryland residence per his suggestion to go out to a couple of clubs in DC. He'd offered me all sorts of candy throughout the night. I didn't know it was laced with drugs. I denied some, but after a while, I got hungry and finally accepted some candy. Why I laughing at that? It's like, oh, I got hungry, so I accepted some candy. Because one time I did some foolishness. One time, what I did was, and I'll get back into the rest of the incident report. I was so hungry when I was out drinking, whatever, and I went to the club. What was it? It was oh my god, it was a club in Brooklyn. And well, I don't know if y'all know this, but in some of the Brooklyn clubs, they do not only do they serve alcohol, but there's people who walk around with like edibles and things like the other. So yeah, in the Brooklyn spots, they be selling weed and things. So I bought me like this big old Rice Krispie treat, and my greedy ass decides to eat the whole thing. So that's why I was like, I got hungry, so I ate some candy. So that's what that reminded me of. That's why I was laughing. But anyway, we can get back into the story. So He said that candy drug he gave me made my pupils so big I couldn't even see my eye color. I couldn't even see my eye color. Made my skin tingle to the touch, made my body pulsate to music, increased my sex drive in intense form, made it hard for me to form words into sentences, among other things. Maybe he's on that Molly. We arrived back to his residence around 4 a.m. hour of May 21st, 2023. And after driving in a two-seater Porsche where it was just us in the car, he put his arm around me, put his tongue in my ear in a kissing fashion while whispering to me to come into his room. He put his arm around me like a brother would do, which is why I didn't find it odd. But when his arm was around me, he was gripping my shoulder, forcibly pulling me closer to him, which took away the distance that was once between us, then pulled his move. I found it harder than normal to exert force because of whatever substance he drugged me with, and he likely was expecting me at this point to be sedated by whatever he drugged me with earlier in the night. With an ear drenched in his saliva, and now realizing I've been drugged, we walked into his residence. He went left and walked up a spiral staircase to his bedroom while I'm right down a long hallway to the bathroom. And I was at the end of the hallway around and for 45 minutes. I was splashing water on my face, trying to sober up from whatever he drugged me with while trying to plant my escape from his enormous property. I came out of the bathroom and was confronted by two women and one male who asked me to corroborate a story. I was asked several times, "So, what are you going to say when you leave here?" I was asked to regurgitate the story they asked me to corroborate back to them repeatedly. I was then stripped of my clothes, robbed of my belongings, robbed of things I care not mention until I speak to the active detective on my case, beaten and forced in a car where I didn't even know the destination. I was robbed of my silver titanium Ramoa truck, jewelry, and more. They stole a minimum of $30,000 to $50,000 of my and then it cuts off because I don't have the rest of it, unfortunately. But child, that was all the detail that we got in regards to that situation. And here's the thing: not somebody said y'all gonna let Aaron Hernandez 2.0 just run without penalty. Not y'all comparing him to Aaron Hernandez, but y'all, if y'all know that story, and plus they did a docu series on like what was it, was it American Crime Story that they called it? Rand Murphy got so many different iterations of his damn shows. I can't keep up. But they did do a one with Aaron Hernandez and was like a closeted football player who was trying to perpetuate this gangster lifestyle, but also like hunching dudes, allegedly. And trust and believe, there's a lot of men who they aren't all like not all gay men run around voguing, pop dipping and spinning, and doing, you know, hair, makeup, and drag and all that other stuff. There are men who are that on the outside have, masculine appeal, but like the comfort of someone of the same gender. And because of societal pressures and because of homophobia and all those other things, a lot of these men can't feel like they can be their authentic selves. So some, not all, feel like they have to get in these situations where the only way I can get my rocks off, I gotta drug you allegedly. I gotta pull little SA stunts on you allegedly in order to get my rocks off. So if this is true, child, Bacardi, what you get yourself into? So, um, in addition to his child with Cardi B that she gave birth to earlier this month, he also has children with Nova and Charlie, Charie. That's why I said Charlie, with whom he shares with two different women. So he got three kids with three different women. Now, in September 2025, Page Six reported that a woman named Eileen LaPera filed a paternity suit against Diggs, claiming that he was the father of her daughter, Charlie. And yes, that's when they found out that, yeah, the results came back, and Maury Povich said, Stefon, you are the father. And then, of course, everybody's running around the studio screaming and everything, and he's gagging. But, and you know how they do over there on the Maury Povich show, or how they did when the show was popping. So, yeah, that's the latest on this story. And that was messy and juicy. But I'm not that I'm gloating over somebody's alleged SA, but I'm like, child, the closet cases out, y'all are carrying. What are y'all doing out here in these streets? But yeah, that's the latest on that story. I'll definitely keep you all abreast of the story as it develops. But when he was talking about that they robbed him of all these things, I hope he got the car and everything back, because how you just going to take that man's stuff just because you want him to be, because y'all all part of the entourage and y'all allegedly know how Stefon get down. So y'all are all about trying to protect the image and doing what y'all need to do to make sure that he don't come out and spill that man tea, because y'all want to be a part of, y'all want to continue to make y'all little money from that whole situation. So yeah, that's the latest on that. I definitely want to hear from y'all. Do you believe the story? If you don't believe the story, let me know what your overall thoughts on this story are in the comments down below. All right, so now let's get over here to this story. Extradition seems to be prevalent in the gay community. It said, did you see T-Bar's video promoting PrEP for the Black community, a creative spin of Creep, so we PrEP? Well, that is a good idea, because here's the thing. One of the things I've always liked about growing up in the 90s, especially when it came to artists like TLC and Salt and Pepper, they were very much prevalent on promoting safe sex within the Black community, especially during the era of hip hop. I don't recall many male rappers doing it, but a lot of the female rappers were pretty much out there promoting safe sex. So T-Boz jumping on this, I didn't see it, but the fact of T-Boz jumping on this and being all about promoting PrEP and Doxy Pep and all that other stuff, I think it's a good thing. But and Tamar was doing it too. See, she found finally something we could talk about Tamar doing some good, right? But yeah, Tamar was out here talking about taking PrEP and all this other stuff. People looking at her, wow, she out here promoting PrEP. Like, PrEP shouldn't only be for the homosexuals. It should be for women too. Anybody who's out here having sex and you not knowing who this person is, the person that you hunching, and who's zooming who. In the words of Aretha, if you don't know who's zooming who, then I don't think it's an issue that you out here taking the PrEP and stuff. But I think that people aren't educated in it enough where they feel like this is a conversation that should be had. So I'm glad that there are people within the Black community in the hip hop space or R&B space, or the urban music landscape, I should say, that are promoting this to the community. It's been noticed Miss Good Old Christian wasn't in the PrEP ad. Oh, you talking about Chili? We don't know her. As I let T-Balls be out here being the one that promotes it. I like her and I like Left Eye. I never particularly care for Chili. But anyway, let's get back to the show. And let's talk about Pras Michel, who literally just got his sentence handed down to him a couple of hours ago. So it looks like Fugees rapper Pras Michel is about to face himself a lengthy prison sentence, as he was sentenced to 14 years in the clink earlier today, which is unfortunate. But when you out here committing white collar crimes, you should not be surprised of the outcome. So the rapper who rose to fame alongside his bandmates Lauryn Hill and Wyclef Jean was found guilty in 2023 on federal accusations that he orchestrated a foreign influence campaign to get the U.S. to drop an investigation into fugitive Malaysian financier Joe Lo. Not your name being some damn Joe Lo. But how low can Joe Lo go? Low to the point where you got a rapper thrown in jail. Now, at a hearing Thursday in D.C. federal court, Judge Colleen Kalar Cotelli sentenced Michel to 14 years in prison, followed by 3 years probation. He was already ordered last month to forfeit a whopping $64 million allegedly linked to the scheme. In an exclusive statement to Billboard, Michel's spokeswoman Erica Dumas said, Pras has spent his career breaking barriers and defying expectations, but he broke another barrier. He's going to jail for 14 years. Now, while today marks a difficult moment, it is not the end of his story or his legacy. He is profoundly grateful for the continued support of those who believed in him, and he prepares for what lies ahead. Prosecutors have sought a severe sentence for a man who they said had betrayed his country for money. It sounds familiar, but when he going to jail? And if you know what I'm saying, I think you do. He walks around, he's fat, probably ain't seen his dick since Ivanka was born, and he's orange with a bird's nest on his head. When are you gonna see prison time? because you out here committing beyond a laundry list of white collar crimes. So anyway, so prosecutors had sort of severe sentence as they said. Michel's attorneys, on the other hand, had called for a far lighter sentence of only 36 months. There was no way in hell you was getting that. They said the government was seeking a type of sentence typically reserved for terrorists who murder innocents and the heads of the largest Mexican drug cartels. Michel will surrender to authorities on January 27th. Now, composed of Hill, Jean, and Michel, the Fugees, as y'all know, rose to fame in the 90s with hits like Killing Me Softly, Ready or Not, and Fuji La. After splitting up in 1998 after one album, three each. The three of them had successful solo careers, with not only Lauryn Hill being a one album wonder with the group, but she was also a one album wonder with her solo album, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Then Pras went and had Ghetto Superstar with Maya, and he had his little hits, or was it just a hit? Because I don't know. I don't think that, to me, as far as I can remember that far back, I don't think Prize had like the big prominent career. Now, the one that had the real big career that was expanding on and had the successful songs and was producing things and came out with his own solo stuff, Wyclef had a pretty good career, I feel. Out of all of them, he had like the bigger career. But anyway, so the three, as I said, have successful solo careers and mostly stayed separate until recent years, during which they've attempted multiple reunion tours. And remember, they had the last reunion tour, which was a disaster because they were trying to come up with stuff, and then all of a sudden you had Prize and going in on Lauren on social media. It was a mess. I think it was like was it last year? I'll tell you, I tell so many stories on here. I can't remember if it was last year. I can't even tell you if it was last week. So now in 2019, Michel was hit with sweeping federal criminal charges over accusations that he funneled money from Lowe, the mastermind of the billion-dollar IMDb embezzlement scheme, to a lobbying campaign aimed at getting the first Trump administration. Why the now fun? See, now how is it that I'm telling the story and Trump is involved? And it was yeah, they wanted the Trump administration to drop its investigation into the disgraced financier. He was also accused of secretly funneling Lowe's money to Barack Obama's 2012 presidential campaign and of later trying to influence an extradition case on behalf of China. Now, in April of 2023, following a trial that included testimony from actor Leonardo DiCaprio and former U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, Michelle was convicted on 10 counts, including conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government. Child, now, if you thought you was getting 36 months off of doing that, then as somebody who has no experience in real estate, I have plenty of condos in Boca Raton to sell you. But you can't be that damn dense. Now, Michelle later sought a retrial on the grounds that his ex-lawyer David Kenner botched the defense by using an unproven artificial intelligence, not you telling us is AI, we know AI is artificial intelligence, tool to craft closing arguments, not y'all out here cheating. Like, that's some dumb shit Kim Kardashian would do, where you basically went and used AI to craft your closing argument. You can't actually take the time to write that shit out. That's what y'all used to do in the old days. I tell you, AI is going to be the death of us. So anyway, so they said the motion was later denied, though Kenner eventually pleaded guilty to a criminal contempt charge over allegations that he leaked grand jury materials to reporters ahead of the trial. What's going on with y'all? Now the lawyer is a mess. Prize is a mess. Like the lawyer's doing criminal shit. Like you leaking information to the press. You using AI to write your closing argument. Like what the hell? The ghetto. But anyway, so that is said, Michelle's attorneys will now launch his appeal on both the sentence and the underlying convictions. Such appeals can take months or years and typically face an uphill climb to reverse a conviction. Child, just do your time. You're not getting out of this. You did the crime, just do the time. And that's just the way it's going to have to be. Just do your 14 years and how many months is going to be included in days. Because you're not getting out of it. Y'all are a mess over there. Like you was doing white collar crimes. You was doing hood rat stuff. You was doing white collar crimes, and your ex lawyer was no better. Using AI to write your damn closing argument. Where they do that at? Oh, like I said, that's like Kim Kardashian when she was using AI to help her with like pass her test, whatever, and she still failed. So, say all this to say, what do you guys think of this latest story regarding Pras spending 14 years in jail for doing hood rat stuff with them white collar crime people. So Jing Jang Zhong, whatever the fuck that man name was. So anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. No, it wasn't about a PPP loan. Okay, so you're gonna have to rewind it back for that whole segment. Okay, so now let's get into the next topic because we have some housewives tea to get into. And speaking of white collar crimes, let's talk about Wendy and Eddie Osefo, who out here being a hot old mess. What and speaking of which, what is up with Bravo hiring all you criminals, you white collar criminals, for positions over on that show? Or is it just the whole idea of Bravo being about this whole aesthetic of the right lifestyles of the rich and famous? So even when these people really don't have it, as in like the money or the flex to be out here acting like y'all living like Candy Spelling or like Jeff Bezos' wife, Lauren Sanchez, with sidebar, they about to ruin freaking the Met Gala. We might as well say RIP to the Met Gala because now they're being a part of that. So if you want to see tackiness, that's what the Met Gala is about to be now. So good luck to y'all. But in regards to talking about this whole thing, it's just like this whole idea behind trying to live beyond y'all means. I feel like this is why a lot of these Bravo celebrities are out here committing the type of crazy crimes that they getting caught up in. Because y'all trying to keep up with the Joneses and realizing that you can't. Y'all willing to go to jail just so y'all can live beyond y'all mean. Like eventually y'all gonna be found out. So the Real Housewives of Potomac star Dr. Wendy Osefo and her husband Eddie Osefo are being accused of possessing 40 credit and or debit cards and using aliases to conceal their identities. The Baltimore Banner reported on Thursday that prosecutors, excuse me, are seeking additional financial records of the couple as they believe they will show a pattern of excessive spending and show a motive in their criminal fraud case stemming from a reported home burglary. This is what set people off because I was sitting there saying that while y'all was on vacation, that somebody had broken in your house and stole all kinds of jewelry and things and things of that nature and other amenities. Come to find out, they said that some of the things y'all was accused of being stolen, they had returned it to the stores prior. So that's how they got caught. Because y'all was out here trying to commit fraud, so that way y'all can claim, I guess, get an insurance claim on it. So the newly filed court document, prosecutors allege that the Osavos have approximately 40 credit and or debit cards, some of which are believed to be in company names. Prosecutors also allege that the two have used the names Pam Oliver, not Pam Oliver, child, and Eddie Hennessy. Ooh, child of ghetto. Eddie Hennessy, in a deliberate attempt to mask their identity. Additionally, prosecutors allege that Wendy falsely denied using PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App to pay for jewelry. Thank God I don't use that mess. The only thing I use is Zelle. Now, the state anticipates seeing purchases as well as returns on the financial records. Additionally, the state expects such documentation to show a pattern of excessive spending, supporting motive in this case, according to the prosecutors. The state avers that insurance fraud is a financial crime. It damn sure is. And in that, the amount of debt owed by the Elsafos jointly, individually, and by the business that they own is highly relevant to their motive. However, defense attorneys for the Elsafos believe that prosecutors are on a fishing expedition and they want the subpoena squashed. Eddie's attorney, Joseph Murtha, added that he feels the requests for bank records are overly broad and strangely timed. Now, Murtha argued that prosecutors are looking for something they haven't figured out after 18 months of investigating, claiming that authorities haven't spoken to the Osafos, who are both 41, by the way, from the time of their break-in till they were charged criminally. The judge overseeing the case said he would address the dispute at a status hearing on December 2nd. Now, neither Murtha or Wendy's attorney, Jeremy Elridge, or Eldridge, sorry, immediately responded to Page Six's request for comment. The Bravo celebrities were arrested last month for allegedly staging an April 2024 burglary at their Finksburg, Maryland home in order to claim losses. Wendy, who's a college professor and political commentator, was indicted on 16 charges, seven felony counts of insurance fraud, eight misdemeanor counts of conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and one misdemeanor count of making false statement to a police officer. Eddie, a lawyer and entrepreneur, was indicted on 18 charges, nine felony counts of insurance fraud, eight misdemeanor counts of conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and one misdemeanor count of making a false statement to a police officer, and a partridge in a pear tree. Now, shortly after their arrest made headlines, their rep told Page Six, in part of the Osefos alongside their legal team, look forward to their day in court. Well, Shell, I'll be definitely watching to see how this all turn out. But what's going on with y'all people over there at Potomac? It's like you had Karen Huger in jail because she couldn't keep her mouth off a bottle and getting behind the wheel after she done liquored herself up. And now she doing a sit down with Andy Cohen later on in the season. And now you got Wendy, who was always mocked on the show because she wasn't as debonair as all the other girls, trying to live beyond her means and stunt for the girls and everybody else on TV. And now y'all over here committing fraud and crime and white collar crimes and stuff. And I think she was at BravoCon, if I'm not mistaken, because we got a lot of BravoCon news that we're gonna get into. I know it was last week and I'm catching up with it now, but I just want to lump all the BravoCon, the Bravo celebrity stuff under one umbrella so we can just get it all out the way. And all of this fits. But anyway, so Wendy was at BravoCon, and she did say that she will address all of this, if I'm not mistaken, at the reunion. And I'm like, okay, well, girl, you better hope you don't end up in jail before this reunion come around, because if you're going to address it, we'll definitely be watching to hear what you have to say on that. But I still stand on what I said before, that the problem with um a lot of these people, especially the ones that come on here, from Teresa Judice on down to Wendy Osefo. A lot of y'all be wanting to sit up here and live beyond y'all means and stunt for the camera and show how fabulous your life is and how you're living rich and all these other things. Kind of found out y'all committing white collar crimes in order to keep up with the Joneses. Now, Teresa went to jail. She did her time. We moved on from it. But yeah, sis, we're not gonna forget your past. Like, we got to bring it up when it comes to this overall situation where a lot of these housewives ended up getting caught up in white collar crimes. Even one of the other ones who was on Jen Shaw with her and all the mess she was doing over there. So it's always a laundry list of these women that's from this show that be out here doing all kinds of crazy white collar crime mess. And so, Wendy, until you figure out what's going on with it, you in danger, girl. Like, I'm just going to have to keep abreast of the story as it develops. I will watch the reunion of the Potomac to see if she addresses it, and we'll see what the future holds. In regards of, if she ends up going to jail or not. I'm starting to think that, you know what, she and her husband, based on these charges, y'all might see the inside of a cell. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe this story that Wendy and Eddie was out here committing white collar crimes and being messy and trying to live beyond their means and is willing to risk do jail time so they can keep up with the Joneses? And this should be a lesson for a lot of y'all, but I think a lot of times, like, don't be doing this stuff because you will get thrown in jail for defrauding the government. And they like to let that pile up. They're not going to get you on no $200. They're going to get you in the hundreds of thousands of the millions. They want you to rack that up. So, um, but everybody thinks that they're not going to be the ones that get caught. That's why I think a lot of people continue to just do the same dumbness. Like, why risk it? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, Sailor Mermaid's in the building. Say, hey, hey, how everybody's doing? Well, you're not gonna want to hear what I said about the whole Wicked situation because I said something earlier. But um, anyway, speaking of housewives, let's talk about Teresa. So it looks like Teresa and Juicy Joe. Well, no, Juicy Joe was the ex-husband. Seemed like Teresa Giudice and Joe Gorga have buried the hatchet. They're on speaking terms again, which I think is relatively awesome that they bury the hatch and everything. And that's got some people giving a side eye. They don't know if they believe it. They're thinking they're doing this for the possibility because nobody knows what the future of the Housewives of New Jersey is. So they think, okay, they're trying to put on a united front and they're pulling stunts and shows because they're trying to get back on TV. So let's get into the story. So shout out to people because they had the story. So now the Real Housewives of New Jersey star Teresa Giudice, who is 53, revealed that she made it with her brother and sister-in-law at BravoCon 2025. She tells people that she was the one to reach out to Joe, who's 51, to end their years-long feud. She said, I reached out to him at first. We were going to meet, the four of us, referring to herself, her husband, Louis Ruelas, Joe, and Melissa, who's 46. But then I was thinking about it and I was like, I want to talk to my brother first. I want him to really see me and I want him to feel it from me and vice versa. I want to feel it from him. So I felt like the two of us should meet first. The two of us should meet first and then the four of us. And that's what we did. And you want to know something? If this turns out to be true, like this is some real genuine ish, I'm actually happy for them because I feel like it's great if you can sit if you have siblings and y'all know each other's triggers and a whole bunch of other stuff. And if y'all willing to come forth and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be the bigger person, I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna come at this person and from a genuine way, even without the cameras rolling and that sort of thing. I'm hoping it's a real genuine thing. There's a lot of history that these two need to unpack and come to terms with, maybe some childhood trauma and all this other stuff they need to work out. I know Teresa's like an old school Italian. She loves to let us know that. So hopefully, maybe in therapy, they can continue to work on their relationship together and put the past behind them so they can move forward. And this is some for real type ish. Now, if this is a ploy for the TV show, I guess fake it till you make it back on TV. But at the same time, people are gonna want that drama. Well, look, I don't want the drama. I don't want them fighting amongst each other. I just feel like y'all need to find ways to make it work on the show and not let the show tear y'all apart again. Because I definitely feel like there was a lot of outside influences and a lot of drama that was causing. I feel like the show definitely was amplifying a lot of the sibling rivalry. And I already know, like, if they're in a good place right now, we already know what's going to happen. Melissa is going to be Team Teresa because she doesn't want to rock the boat. She doesn't want to cause any drama. So she's going to be very much, oh, I'm on the side of my sister-in-law, because we've seen this story play out before when Teresa and the Gorgas was in the good. They were copacetic. They weren't fighting. And even when Teresa was wrong in certain situations, Melissa was like, "I'm not getting involved. I'm very much with my sister-in-law and this other." And then when the thing started up again, that's what that was. So um, I don't know. I think if they're gonna try to bring back New Jersey, maybe it's best that they don't bring either one of them back. That y'all could just work it out with the thing. And Teresa has always found other things to be on. She just did that special op show or whatever the hell it was called. The Navy SEAL show with Jussie Smollett. She just did that with her daughter. So there's other reality shows they could do. I'm trying to remember, has Teresa ever done the Traitors? I think she did. I can't remember. I know she's done Celebrity Apprentice. I know she's done other things. So there's so many other reality shows out here that Teresa can jump on that she could look. Even though she's not a bad cook, I don't even know if she's ever done Worst Cooks in America. She could do that. The Celebrity Edition. And they just call Worst Cooks in America. It's like a name, but it's not really like they have worst cooks. Because there'll be some people on there who's not the greatest. They find ways to make really good stuff. But there's other things that she could jump on. I just want them to be in a good place at this point. But if they do get back on the show, I just hope that they could figure out how not to be ripping each other's heads off. So she did say that it was important to show her kids, Gia, Gabriella, Melania, and Audriana, that she could patch up the relationship with her brother. She said, I want the kids to see this. You also have to, and that's her only brother. And she also Joe is Gia's godfather. So with the whole situation of their father, Joe Judice, has been deported from the United States and he now lives, I believe, in Jamaica or something or another. He lives in he lives in the West Indies. So he's deported and not living in the United States. And then Teresa only has her brother. She's remarried and she has her brother. You don't want that fighting, especially because both of your parents passed away, and you don't want them continuously doing somersaults in the grave while the siblings are estranged. You should find ways to make the relationship work and mend those fences. So if there's an opportunity for y'all to do that, then that's great. And speaking of which, because I know a lot of people do not like Louis, and yeah, there's been some questionable things Louis has done on the reality show that we have side-eyed. Teresa loves him. She adores him. She ain't leaving that man, and it is what it is. But she did mention that Louis invited them, was the one that invited them over for dinner, and he told her an hour before they came over. So he pretty much put out the olive branch, like, okay, you want to come over and have dinner, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to let Teresa know at the last minute. So I guess it'll be in a way it's like, oh, look, I did this thing. I invited your brother and his wife over and kind of leaving the place like, oh, well, I guess we'll try to figure out how to make it work. So I guess that was cool, whatever. But I hope that the Gorgas and the Judices can find, well, Teresa, Ruelas, I guess is her new name now, whatever. I don't know if she goes by that because we only know her by the name. Well, I only know her by the name that she goes by on TV. But I just really hope that this is for real and that this is a path for them to rebuild and just get to a better place because life is too short. And they're both half a century old, and you don't want to go to your grave with regrets and with that hate on your heart of, oh, I died with, like, just hating on my brother and vice versa. Like, who wants to walk around with that energy? Unfortunately, that's something I got to do because I have a sibling I can't stand. But for the most part, um I'm done trying to give the olive branch. If the other side want to, continue to latch on to hatred or whatever the case is, that's on you. My heart is clear. My heart is pure. I moved on, and I decided to, keep myself in circles with people who genuinely love and care about me. At least I got a sister. Like, I'm not. It's not with me. I'm somebody who is, just it's just me and that other sibling. I got a sister that I can still rely on. I'm the middle child, so there's that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe that this is genuine, or do you think this is the Gorgas and the Judices? Look at me putting merging the names together. Do you believe that Teresa and Joe are really pulling this stunt because they're trying to put on a united front because they're trying to get back on the Housewives of New Jersey, which currently is still in limbo because of all the drama that happened? They're still trying to figure out how they're going to make New Jersey work because it's been like over a year that we haven't even gotten the show, a new season. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said, my God. Oh, you said, I watched it. Oh, you got your people watching the show too? Well, the numbers are going up. Shout out to all of y'all that coming in watching the show. And I can even tell when y'all watching on even now, it even shows me the type of devices y'all are watching the show on. But anyway, let's get back into more Housewives news. And let's talk about Kim Zolciak. So Kim was also at the BravoCon situation, and she is finally revealing the straw that broke the camel's back in regards to why she and Croy divorced. And it wasn't because she decided to allegedly bleed him dry with her gambling addiction and all this other mess. She said because he cheated. He was laying low, spreading it wild with another woman. So then, when asked on the BravoCon 2025 red carpet by ET about the final straw in the relationship, the Real Housewives of Atlanta alum didn't hesitate, saying he cheated. So, and this is what she said, alleged. Well, this is what she alleges. The admission seemingly shocked the Bravo celebrity's daughter, Ariana Bierman, during their joint interview with the outlet. The next gen NYC star, who's 24, froze before saying holy ish. Now, reps for Zolciak, Croy, and Ariana did not immediately respond to Page Six's request for comment. While Zodiac did not elaborate further on her accusations on Sunday, she did give an update of where she and her estranged husband stand as their contentious divorce battle rages on. She said, I don't think Croy will ever give me a divorce. This is what the Don't Be Tardy alum, who's 47, said. No movement, no change, just constant antics. Well, girl, when you marry a big old, a big old stunt queen from Atlanta with a ginormous booty for a white boy, what did you expect? She thought she had jackpot because she married some. She thought she married her Tom Brady. Girl, you ain't even get a smidge of Tom Brady. You got a poor man's footballer from the Atlanta Falcons. You thought you made it because you did some poor man's edition of Dancing with the Stars, and you was out here flaunting and acting like you was all that, thumbing your nose up at the Atlanta Housewives girls. Didn't want to film, didn't want to do this, didn't want to do because you was so happy in your relationship. Now look at you, and now you miserable. But that's your karma. So she said, I exhaust myself trying to keep my kids in a positive headspace. I take on a lot of the financial responsibility. Co parenting would just make their lives so much happier, and I just keep continuing to pray for that. Zodiac claimed that she and Croy, who's 40, can't get to a place because he vowed to publicly destroy her when she filed for divorce in 2023, saying that's been his goal and that's all he cares about, but it hasn't worked yet. The on again, off again couple tied the knot in November 2011 and called it quits 12 years later. In a December 2023 body cam footage, the retired NFL player accused Zodiac of effing other men, which she later denied in a celeb buzz statement. But now she's saying it was you that was doing the bending with other people. Now, I vehemently deny any allegation that I have been unfaithful to Croy at any point of our 12-year marriage. Any claim to the contrary is downright false, baseless, and slanderous. This is what she wrote, pointing out that her estranged husband is estranged when making the claim, or was enraged. She said he was enraged, sorry, when making the claim. She said, I have tried not to speak on these hurtful allegations, but I am at a breaking point with this, and I will not stay silent when my character is being assassinated. Now, Zosia has since moved on, as we talked prior on the show, or maybe I don't remember if I actually talked about it. Did we talk about that she moved on with a new man? That she's dating some guy by the name of Kyle Mowitz, who is in the middle of his own messy divorce with someone by the name of Jillian Green. So last month, Green told Us Weekly that Bierman reached out to her, predicting his narcissistic ex will drain money from Kyle. Zolciak defended her romance with Mowitz and Bravo Khan, insisting she doesn't have to wait until she's legally divorced to start dating again. Well, look, if Cardi B ain't put her pussy on ice while still being married to Off Cheat, why did you think that Kim Zolciak would stop doing what she was doing with being married to Croy? It's like, well, if you're not going to give me a divorce, if you already know based off of the public information that I'm separated from this man, then you know I'm not with him no more. That man is toxic. We don't live in the same house. He's a chaos demon. He's a succubus. He sucks all of my damn good energy out of me. And I don't feel no ways tired about what he got going on over there. I done moved on. So there's that. So that's where we are at this point. So I guess in regards to their relationship and the marriage and all that other stuff, and whether or not he's actually going to grant her divorce instead of him just being miserably married to this lady who don't want nothing to do with him, it's just going to have to be filed under the TBD. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe that Kim's allegations that Croy was the one that was out here, that out of everything that was coming out in regards to their relationship and the back and forth with everything, that the straw that made her walk away from the marriage was the fact that she said he allegedly was out here creeping with somebody else. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, Miss T. He married a monster. 47. Child, I know every time when she said that name, when she said that age, I'm like, in dog years, you 47? That's a hard 47. But something, no shade. White people, a lot of you white folks, y'all age like spoiled milk. Reality skews their reality because it ain't real. It's not, or because it's not reality. And nobody's out here believing anything that come out of Kim mouth because Kim is a mess. Kim lies a lot. And the way that she was kind of like thumbing her nose at the Housewives, like she was better than all of them because she made it with an athlete. I don't feel no ways tired about what she got going on with Croy and how that marriage turned out. Because you was acting like you was better than all of them. You wouldn't film and go on trips, and then you was up in there trying to show your ass. And of course, there's the one white woman that gets to go on a all black reality show, gets the red carpet rolled out of her, who quits a show and is automatically given their own spinoff. Of course, you got to be white in order to have that happen. This brings me back to that mess with Pharrell yesterday when he was running around. Do you want to get a job because you're the best or because you're black? Really? You as a colored person, you gonna sit up there and say that you got jobs because you was the best at what you was doing? Like, get off my line with that. Especially when black people have many a times pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and have created opportunities for them without having to resort to white people helping them out. And what has happened? Redlining, Tulsa Massacre, and many other things that have gone on in society. All you got to do is Google schmoogle to know how how when it comes to the disproportionate treatation of black people in America who are trying to build their own wealth, how they're treated. Okay, that's what they were saying. That she done gambled away all the money, and she was saying that she's the breadwinner. I'm like, girl, what have you been doing? Because we haven't seen you in a whole lot of stuff. Anyway, so now let's get to our final Bravo topic. And let's talk about Andy Cohen, who is opening up on why he believes the Queen of Pop herself, Madonna, will not be coming on his Watch What Happened Live TV show. Because, he's had Jennifer Lopez on there. He's had the likes of uh, Mariah Carey, who always has to sit on the side that Andy always sits on, lighting whatever she got in her mental capacity when she thinks there's a certain side of her face that has to be shown. She thinks she Barbara Streisand in regards to that mess. But she's had her on a couple of times. He's had on a lot of high profile A-list celebrities. But the one person he can't get on the show is Donta. I like saying her name like that. So um he said, hopefully at some point before we wrap it up, she will do it. She called me a troublemaking queen. She called me a troublemaking queen. Well, if the patent leather pump fits. And they said the problem is that a lot of the people have slagged Madonna off on my show, and because of that, it gets picked up. Patty LuPone said something bad about her and it was picked up worldwide. And so I think she sees me sitting there with a guest and I'm guilty by association. So I wound up after she called me a troublemaking queen. We do have each other's numbers. And I text her and I say, I love you so much. And she said, well, you have a funny way of showing it. And so I called my booker and I basically had overnight. I think he meant I basically said overnight, I have my team put together a comp reel of 5 minutes of me kissing Madonna's ass on my show, just saying positive. I'm saying this is where I have a problem because ain't no way in hell, regardless of how much I love a celebrity, I'm not kissing nobody ass to have him as a guest. But I understand he likes doing all that baby rump kiss. I mean, he's homosexual. So it's not surprising that he likes to have his face in somebody's ass. But on the metaphoric standpoint of him metaphorically having to kiss somebody behind, where it's like, oh yeah, I gotta put together a reel. I can't control, which I will be on his side for this. If I happen to have a guest on that you got beef with, I can't control what they gonna say. And if they're gonna say what they're gonna say, I'm not gonna say, oh, don't say that, because I'm a fan. Blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not doing all of that. Um, that gives you an opportunity to come on and defend yourself. Like, for instance, Andy Cohen has had Jennifer Lopez, as I said before, and Mariah Carey. Now, apparently, according to Mariah, she don't know Jennifer, but that has not deterred her from going on Watch What Happens Live and getting a little messy with the situation, which she did again most recently. So, Madonna, if this is true, taking yourself too damn seriously with this whole mess. I mean, it's like, at the same time, on one hand, look, I'm of two minds about this. Now, y'all already know how I feel about Andy. Makes my teeth itch, but for the most part, because he's so damn annoying. But if the opportunity presented herself when she got the new album coming out and she want to go on the show and she plays his stupid little games, I would definitely like to see how she would be able to come and interact with that type of audience. I would like to see her on the show for that purpose. Even though, like I said, he gonna work my root canal nerve. I would actually like to see how she would play out on that show. I'd rather, no shade, I'd rather see her on Andy Cohen's Watch Rappers Live than on that damn Jimmy Fallon. No shade. I would rather see her there because I feel like if she went over on Jimmy Fallon's show, Jimmy is talk about baby rump kisser. That man be parting the cheeks and be all up in the hole the way he be kissing his celebrities behinds. So that kind of annoys me with that whole situation. And you already know Patty LuPone is immensely talented, well respected within the Broadway world, but that bitch is a class A cunt. We already know that about her. She gives cunt down with her attitude. So and had to be checked recently. But Patty, we already know was a bitch. So that goes without saying. But you don't need to be following the whole situation. So that is, you don't fall into that mess. But he says, so who knows? Maybe she'll do it. If she doesn't, it's fine because she's Madonna. So she can do whatever the hell she wants. Listen, I'll take what I can get. I don't care. Yeah, and he always kind of presents himself in that way of like, you know what? I don't care if it's, I don't care who it is. I'll interview anybody. That's what he keeps doing. So the whole reel of him kissing Madonna's butt and then basically said, and I sent it to her and I said, this is the stuff that doesn't get reported on. And I think it landed very positive. She was like, oh my God, that's so nice. Let's keep the positivity going, whatever. But I guess if she really knew, look, I guess she knows him through her friendship with Anderson Cooper, but it is an old school queen. Of course he likes Madonna. So why would he be shady towards her? It's like I can't help what the people come on my show and say. Even if I'm a fan, y'all already know I'm a fan of Madonna. But if I got her coming on my show, um, why would I be hating on her? Like you already know I'm a fan of your music. Because I talk about you in a positive light on this show. So why would you think like I'm a hater? But no shade, I do think that she was far too nice by calling him a troublemaking queen. Because, child, if there was anything I would categorize Andy Cohen as, he's a messy queen. I don't like cheap queens. I don't like messy queens. Remember that from Gia Gunn? So that's what he gives me. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see Donta on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live down in the future? Especially because she does we're going for the future and never gonna think about the past. Remember that song? But that's one of her songs with that Diplo produced. But anyway, um would you like to see her on Watch What Happens Live, especially because she has Confessions Part 2? We don't even know the name of the album, but she's got the new album coming out. So would you like to actually see her on Watch What Happens Live? I just think for the messiness of it all, I would definitely like to see her go on the show. Why not? I do think that Madonna needs to expand her horizons and try other shows and not go on those ass-kissing shows like Jimmy Fallon, whatever. I definitely think that outside of Andy Cohen, she needs to do a couple of more podcasts as well because that is the future. So get on all those shows. Even do the Madonna Louise, Veronica Ciccone podcast. Stefan and them, they love you. They do so many videos and stuff on you. So why not just do the whole podcast thing? And I don't mind you going on Watch What Happens Live. Y'all already know how I feel about him, but if she goes on there, it'd probably be a load of fun. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so now let's see what the people are saying. So quicker than the speed of white. She doesn't like him. It's been obvious for years. Excuse me. He said Mariah's been on there like 6 or 7 times. But he gets Madonna's friends on there so he can get tea on her. Yeah, like how many times has he had like Sandra Bernhard on the show? And that's always like one of the main questions he's always asking about is Madonna. She didn't go on Howard Stern's show until 2015 because she didn't think he liked her. But Andy is someone who she definitely. Funny enough, it's the same thing like with Jennifer. Like she didn't go on. um, Howard Stern show until she did Kiss of the Spider Woman. So she was promoting that. That's when she went on the show. So, um, I don't know. People always have like this misconception that they think, oh, this person doesn't really like me. So I'm not gonna waste time of going on their show, whatever the case is. And to be fair, Howard did say some shady things about Jennifer, so I could definitely understand why she didn't go on the show. But yeah, I guess the older you get, you kind of mellow out, and it is what it is. I don't like Anderson Cooper any. Well, I don't particularly care for Anderson either. Anderson is a two-faced, flip-flopping queen, especially on account of what he did to Kathy Griffin. She called me a troublemaking queen, and there, where's the lie? She was graceful and generous about Andy Cohen, as far as I'm concerned. He's had Cher drop a few times. I was thinking that, yeah, I was thinking that too. He's had Cher on there, and Cyndi Lauper, and Debbie Mazur has been on there a few times. Debbie Mazur's in. I told her she's in The Running Man, playing a Kris Jenner type character. If I was Madonna, I would remind people and Patty, last time I checked, I'm more associated with Vita more than you are. I don't know, but Madonna, I feel like she's a lot more mature. Like she wouldn't even go there because she's not a grumpy old lady, unlike Patty LuPone. Exactly, shit starter. If she ever went on there, which I highly doubt it, it would be the only time I would watch it. Yeah, because I don't really watch. I don't watch. Not really. I don't Watch What Happens Live. It all depends on who's on there and the topic. So I don't Watch What Happens Live. I haven't watched that show in years. I love Allison Hammond interview her. I don't know who that is. I might have to check her out. You talking about Bette Midler? Well, mm. I was gonna say something, but I might get banned. So I'm gonna just be quiet. Anyways, all right. So y'all, we are down to our final four topics. So before we get to those final four, if you could please do me a solid if you have not already, please hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. It helps out with the algorithm and actually gets more eyes on this show. So your support, which is free, and it won't and like Jennifer Lopez says regarding her love, it won't cost you a thing. So please do all those things for me. Definitely help with the algorithm and yeah, and all that good stuff. So please and thank you. Now, without further ado, oh wait, hold on, let me close that. Let's get into this Kim Kardashian story. So Glenn Close, first of all, you know what? This is my level of when I tell you what she said, my level of subtle shade or elegant shade, eleganza shade. You know, if there's not a word, I'm making it up. You know, because eleganza with RuPaul's Drag Race, eleganza shade. So apparently, Glenn Close threw it while she was out. I think she's in some movie or whatever the case. Oh, the Knives Out movie. That's what she's in, playing a nun. But anyway, so she recently opened up about this show called All's Fair, which I have not watched, but it's getting eviscerated on social media. People are throwing all kinds of shade, talking about the show was terrible, the acting is bad, all the other stuff. So it's getting harsh reviews. And Glenn Close recently did an interview with Variety where she basically gave a mix of honesty, restraint, and unmistakable shade. So in the interview with or conversation with Variety, Glenn Close didn't sugarcoat Kardashian's self-awareness on set. According to Close, Kardashian has no pretensions that she was a great actress. The remark was delivered matter-of-factly, confirming that many critics have said, while also making it clear that reality star isn't out here pretending otherwise. The Hulu drama, which reunites Kardashian with American Horror Story delegate co-creator Ryan Murphy, a show that a season I absolutely hated, by the way, because she was on that. But here's the thing: she was kind of like playing her mother, Kris Jenner, as Siobhan over there on Delicate. So her acting wasn't that bad on that. But we all know, like, I don't think anybody, I think even Helen Keller would probably tell you, like, um, but yeah, we kind of aware that I think Kim Aware has self awareness that she knows she's not Meryl Streep up in here trying to give you full on, masterclass in thespianism. So yeah, they said one of the streamer's most watched scripted debuts, despite a 0% Rotten Tomatoes score. That's with the whole situation's been going on. I don't know if the numbers went up yet, but yeah, since we first started talking about this, it got a 0% Rotten Tomatoes score. Now, still, Close noted that was more to Kardashian's performance than the headlines. She highlighted the 45-year-old's work ethic, saying she was struck by Kardashian's seriousness of intent, saying she always knew her lines, she never was late, she always was prepared. Close also added that Kardashian intentionally surrounded herself with strong performers, explaining she was smart enough to have people around her who she could learn from. The group includes Sarah Paulson, Naomi Watts, Tiana Taylor, and Niecy Nash Betts, all of whom describe Kardashian as kind, collaborative, and committed throughout filming. The respect among the cast went both ways. Now, earlier this year, Close said that she declined to offer Kardashian acting advice, not out of disinterest, but out of respect, saying, I would not presume to give Kim Kardashian advice. I think she's a very, very brilliant woman. I think she could choose to do her anything she wants. And I know a lot of people look at it as like, oh, here's this girl with no talent who just brushes her or bombards her way into a room and gets to have all these opportunities. Well, look, this is the new world order. The days are gone where it's like you had to pound the pavement and spend years taking acting classes and going out and auditioning and getting the respect that way. There will always be those actors that will get that respect, but we're in the era of the Nepo baby or the famous celebrity who gone viral and now they're getting the role in the TV show or the movie. But it's up to them at that point. If you're gonna pull a Kim Kardashian, you're gonna go in as a spoiled brat, or you go in, or on one hand you go in as a spoiled brat who's like, oh yeah, I'm famous and I'm this and I'm in the room with all the best of the best, and y'all need to bow down and kiss my ass. Those are the ones that are not gonna last long. Or you take the approach of Kim Kardashian, which is like, yeah, I know I'm not the best actor in the room, but I'm gonna surround myself with people who are the best of the best, know what they're doing, and I can basically feed off of that. Because I'm gonna tell you, as somebody who went to film school, I truly feel like I did not get my education on what it's really like to be in the trenches until I started being in those rooms with those execs and working in those places. When I was at VH1, I felt like that was when I really got my bearings of understanding how the industry works. So you can take all the classes and you can get all the information, the jargon embedded in your brain, but until you were actually in that room, I feel like Kim, and I can't believe I'm defending her with saying this, but I feel like when she got in that room, that's when she got the master class on really how to bring us up. Now, she was able to deliver with her wooden ass acting, that's something else. But at least she put herself in a situation where she surrounded herself with the best people and she can get the best education while she was on set doing these shows. Now, will she ever be Meryl Streep? Stranger things have happened. I'm not saying she's gonna be her, but if she gonna ever become a good enough actor, look, we were saying the same thing about Dwayne Johnson. Remember, he started out as a horrible actor. Will Smith was not the greatest actor when he first started out until he got serious and started taking lessons. Same thing with Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista, people were kind of like, no, his acting wasn't all that great in the beginning, but he bogged down. He took the acting training and everything seriously, and now people look at him like he's a legitimate actor. So stranger things have happened. But do I think like Kim will actually take the time to really study the craft? That girl like being an attention whore so damn much. I don't think that will ever happen. But she get an A for effort, I guess. Now, in other news regarding Kim Kardashian, she's opening up about her dating life and saying that since being married to Kanye, well, child, first of all, anybody that sleep with Kanye, he about to tank your pussy from Kingdom Come. And by the way, she is worth $1.9 billion. She don't need no more damn money, quiet as it's kept. But she said she's in no rush to jump back into dating and says the idea feels less appealing, the longer she stays single. So it's like you get really comfortable the longer you're single. This is what she explained in a confessional on last Thursday's episode of The Kardashians. The thought of you sharing a bed or your TV shows with someone else becomes less and less appealing because you get set in your ways. As somebody who's been single for a long time and likes being single, do you like being single? Remember that song? Who's saying that? Oh, everything but the girl. As somebody who's been single for a long time and likes being single and no shit, I do. I feel like because I've been single for so long, I am so set in my ways that it's like I want to be able to come and go as I please. I want to be able to watch my shows without somebody bitching and moaning about when I want. Oh, you put that on there. I don't want to watch that. Okay, well then go in the other fucking room because that's basically how I would be with my attitude. I'm like, you just want to go in that other room and watch your program or whatever it is you want to watch in that room. But right now, I'm gonna watch my whatever show I'm gonna watch because I can't think of one, and I'm gonna just sit and watch it. I don't want to change up my ways because, like, yeah, when you've been a certain way for so long, it's sort of like, hmm, I don't want to be bothered. So the Skims co-founder gave the rare update about her love life or lack thereof after having a heart-to-heart with Allsfair co-star Sarah Paulson, who says she wants more for Kardashian. Well, shout out to Sarah Paulson because she in a relationship with oh my god, what's that actress's name? She's a much older woman. Who's she like? Old cooch. She said, think about the amount of times you're trying to keep everything little and tight around your kids. The actress pointed out, referring to Kardashian and West's four children, North, South, East, and West. Okay, I'm joking. North, who's 12, Saint, who's 9, Chicago, who's 7, and Psalm, who's 5. Paulson, who's 50, gushed that she wants whatever the great romance of Kardashian life is to be able to bloom. Kardashian, however, admitted that she isn't ready to open herself up to love, saying, I know Sarah feels like I have to put up this wall to overprotect myself, but it's okay to close down a bit and focus on the things you want in life. And now she's saying that even though she is comfortable being single and focusing heavily on her career, the self-claimed hopeless romantic clarified she isn't shutting down dating for good, saying when the right person comes along, I'll be ready for everything will be fine. Well, girl, when you're done, your coochie done ran through everybody in the industry. Who else is left to date? But all jokes aside, I definitely feel where she's coming from. I just had to throw that dagger in there based off her reputation. I mean, come on now. We already know how Kim became famous. I mean, isn't Ray J suing her over it in the latest story around that? But one, your coochie has been tainted because you done had 4 kids with Kanye. So number one, and nobody's trying to get with a woman who's got 4 children and baggage of with a psychotic ex-husband. That's no shade. I'm just saying. And number two, so like at this point in your life, because you were so busy, because you are Kim Kardashian, who don't need nobody's money, because as I stated earlier, her net worth is $1.9 billion. So she's a billionaire. She don't need no man to take care of her. So when you are a billionaire, based off of you being the mogul or whatever it is that you do with your skims and all that other stuff, and now I'm hearing that you're trying to open up a bunch of uh skim stores where the people are mad at you because now you're aligning yourself with Zionists. Um, I mean, what is it that a man could bring to the table to be able to date the likes of a Kim Kardashian? Because when she's got money, when she's got her, all the things that if you're thinking in old school layman terms, a man feels like I want to be the provider, I want to be all those things. Well, she don't need that. Maybe I guess what she would need is a guy who can provide her with a sense of security because she wasn't getting that when she was married to Kanye. Or as I'm sorry, Kanye, because that's what we call her over here. So uh maybe at this point in your life, because you got 4 children, and I understand you're a mother, so you don't want to bring some man around your children when you don't feel like it's going to be stable, but you never know until you try. I'm not saying you need to bring them around the first night. Like, wait maybe 6 months and then introduce them to the kids or something. I don't know. You'll figure it out. But, or maybe what it is like, you know what? Just find you a man to hit it and move on. But you have all the things that satisfy you. Like I always say, I don't feel like, maybe it's sad to say, but I feel like that when it comes to certain people, everybody's not meant to be in a relationship or a long-standing relationship. Some people are just like their true commitment is they're married to their work, and that's where the true commitment is. But when it comes to relationships, if the mood ever presents itself, Just want to get it in and keep it moving. Once I scratch that itch, then I'm good until the next time I need that itch scratched again. So there you have it on that topic. I definitely want to hear from y'all. Do you agree with, well, the two things? The one about Glenn Close, where she threw the shade at Kim Kardashian, the whole acting situation. I definitely want to hear your thoughts about that. Plus also with Kim saying that she no longer finds dating appealing because of the, I guess she was hurt by being in that relationship with Kanye. So whatever your thoughts are on both topics regarding Kim Kardashian, let me know your overall thoughts in the comments down below. You said Allison is a British reporter. Yeah, I don't know if I'm familiar with her. She did a funny interview with Ryan Gosling and Harrison Ford when the last Blade Runner came out. I don't think I ever saw that one. Um, well, having Kim on any show is gonna make not people want to watch. The only reason she has an acting career is because of Ryan Murphy and Tyler Perry. Well, Tyler Perry, I think she was only in it for a moment. Oh, look, I got a who cares? Well, clearly you do. That's why you left the comment. And then it said, and the Botox and filler doesn't help. The show was super mainstream. It felt like a 90s USA network show. They was good in the last showgirl. I forgot around to watching that. I know it's on one of the streaming services, but if someone wants to become a better actor, they must observe the behaviors of other people. Again, that's always what true acting is. It's watching others. That's one of the things I've always been like when I was studying acting was like that's what I would do. You sit and observe people, you watch their mannerisms, you watch how they talk, you watch their certain ticks. That's what a lot of the acting comes from. It's observing other humans. It's like bird watching. Lanier says, I've been watching All's Fair. It's not great, but it's not horrible either. I think the misogyny towards the theme of women in charge is why the show is getting trashed by critics. I was really surprised by that. But you want to know something? Because you said that, I think you might have convinced me to want to check it out. Thank you. It was Holland Taylor. I couldn't remember. I said she liked the old cooch. But yeah, come on. We love lesbians over lesbian love over here. But yeah, I'm thinking based off of you saying that, I think I might give it a gander. I am kind of curious, but I think that might be the root of it. I do think that it is a lot of it is swathed in misogyny, or should we say misogynoir, if you want to be fancy. Because, yeah, the overall theme is women leave old firm to start an all female firm. So it's probably not the greatest, but sometimes we do love a it's so bad it's good type of thing. I mean, look, I like showgirls. Showgirls does fit in the category of it's so bad it's good. Yeah, she wasn't practice. It's like I've been single my whole life, dating girls in elementary school. Don't count. But when I'm in love, I'm quite literally crazy in love. Okay, Beyonce, my whole life revolves around someone else. Kim is not a horrible actress, but like Onyx said, she needs to be more observant of other people in order to get better. hmm Well, yeah, you have to do it enough, and then if you do it enough times, your acting, I feel like, will get better. It's like anything, like riding a bike. Things get better the more you do it. Glenn's smart enough not to shit where she eat. I think they hooked Glenn up with. Well, when you get to be a certain age, I'm like, shit, she should have went to Jane Fonda doctor because Jane in her 80s and looked snatched for the gods. I would like to say I'm ready to be in a relationship, but I still have some work to do. My life has changed so much since the child. I leave them DLs alone. You with these damn emojis. I said, love the movie Bound. Yeah, I definitely love Bound. First of all, that was written and directed by the Wachowskis. I tell you, they were trying to tell us something with that movie, and they were trying to tell us something with The Matrix. And who knew they was going to turn out to be trans? Both of them. But anyway, let's move on and get back into the show. And shall let's get into this story because this is definitely I wanted to come in with this foolishness. Let's talk about this DoorDasher who posted this video of a customer, and so what happened was this. I'm gonna try to be nice. I'm not gonna use profanities and things, but this broad had the nerve to she was delivering food to this man's house. She says the door was open. So she went in the house to deliver the food when he actually on the DoorDash thing said that he wanted her to leave the food outside the door. But according to the ring cam, she opened up the door, went in, saw the man passed out on the couch, butt naked, all his meat and potatoes and everything hanging out, and had the nerve to walk up out of the house, make a video, and post on TikTok that she was sexually assaulted. Where they do that at? But before I get to the whole tea, well, I do have the video. Shout out to Neighborhood Talk. We'll play that in a second. So what happened was last month, this driver wound up gaining widespread attention online after alleging that she showed up at this man's house to see the door left ajar with him plainly in sight and dozing off, exposing her to indecent exposure, prompting her to record the scene and upload it to TikTok. Because this apparently is what these thirsty ass, hungry for attention Gen Zers like to do. Every little situation they got going on, they want to be oppressed so fucking bad that they jump on social media and say, I was sexually assaulted. Bitch, you don't even know what the meaning of sexual assault means. It does not mean that you go up in somebody's house and you see a dick accidentally and then saying that you was assaulted. Did he smack you in the face with it? No. You saw it, you went up in somebody's house, entering that, which is breaking and entering on somebody's property because you opened the door and went in, because this is what the ring cam showed. Thank God he had that, because his career would, his life would be over. He would probably have to register as a sex offender or something or other, because you want to come out here making a bunch of damn TikTok videos because you want a moment. So basically, the DoorDash driver, who claimed that she lost her job after posting a video on her TikTok of a nude man inside her home during a delivery, was arrested on November 10th for the incident and has now been charged. Olivia Henderson, who's 23, of Oswego, New York, is now facing one second-degree felony count of unlawful surveillance and one first-degree felony count of dissemination of unlawful surveillance image. And that's because she decided, as she's walking away, and you see the man naked in the background, you posted this on TikTok, and you already know TikTok's rules. Just like if you go on Facebook and if you want anything meta or anything TikTok, you can't post anything sexual because your page will get strikes and eventually banned. But of course, this shit for brains didn't even realize that. So Olivia Henderson is now facing a second, and she's 23, by the way. So clearly her brain hasn't fully developed yet, or her frontal lobe she's now facing one second-degree felony count of unlawful surveillance and one first-degree felony count of dissemination of unlawful surveillance image. Each charge carries up to 4 years in prison. So Henderson could face up to 8 if found guilty on both and sentenced to serve them consecutively. Hope it was worth it. Despite Henderson's charges, the Oswego Police Department considers this an active investigation, noting that they are continuing to look into the circumstances surrounding the incident and are in talks with the Oswego County District Attorney's Office regarding the prosecution of these charges. Now, according to Henderson's own account, she was delivering to a house on Sunday, October 12th, with a note from the customer that the order be left at their front door. Clearly, she can't read. Or maybe it's because it was a note and y'all so used to reading shit on your phones, you don't know the difference. So if he left a note and said, leave it on the front door and bitch, don't come in my house, why the fuck are you in my house? And now you filming. See, now I said I was going to be nice, but when people do dumb shit, it just irritates my entire spirit. So this is according to the police report reviewed by multiple news outlets, including Law and Crime, and I like Law and Crime because they be on it, and People. 3 days later, Henderson posted a video that she claimed to have recorded upon her arrival, explaining that their front door was wide open and they were within eyesight of the front door, laying on the couch indecently exposed, according to the New York Post. The man in her video had his pants and underwear around his ankles. Now, here's the thing. If the man had his pants and underwear around his ankles and told him to leave the food, he don't know who's coming, if it's a male that's going to be delivering food or a female. But if I'm in my house butt ass naked laying on my couch, that's my motherfucking house. I can lay up in my house any which way I choose because I pay the bills. So what you mad for? And you're gonna get up here and talk about you was sexually assaulted. But anyway, before we get to the rest of the story, I do have the video. So let's get to the video. Shout out to the neighborhood talk for this, and we'll come back and talk. Please hold. Yeah, look at her outside the door filming.
That's fucked up. 3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So what? You're going to take down my videos and give me strikes and just expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my job, my only way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted, and the police are doing nothing to help me. So let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No. I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired? Why are my videos getting taken down? And why am I getting strikes? Like,
Well, I'll tell you why your videos are getting strikes and you're getting fired and all these other things, because you're posting indecent stuff on TikTok. You dummy. You can't be posting nudity on TikTok. That's why they're coming at you. Now, regardless of if this story turns out to be true, then you go and you prove all of this. First of all, according to DoorDash, they said that she said she don't have access to her money. How she gonna be able to pay her bills and stuff? According to DoorDash, she does have access to her money. So they're like, what's she talking about, Willis? Like, she has access to getting the money that she was making from tips or whatever the case is. Now, in regards to this whole situation, you saying one thing, but thank God this man had a ring cam, because she's living there saying, oh, he was pretending to sleep because he saw that I was a woman. No, the fact of the matter was, you went up on that man's property, the door may have been slightly ajar, whatever the case was, your ass was being nosy, and because you saw something you shouldn't have seen, now you want to get mad and you want to create a whole narrative, because this is what I'm getting from this. And especially with the ring cam saying other stuff. You wanted to create a narrative because you want to be a victim. And they say that, you know what, shout out to, I don't want to lump all of you in it. So if it don't apply, let it fly. But they always said the most dangerous person is a white woman that's running around here. Because in the days of Emmett Till on down, a lot of y'all come up in here and you weaponize your tears and all that other stuff. And you will be out here willing to ruin somebody's life because if you act a certain way, if you put on a certain performance, you end up ruining this man's life. I don't know if he's black or whatever his race or whatever is, but you coming out here doing all this and not having a clear understanding on why you're being held accountable for the mess that you created, because you want to be a victim so damn bad. This is why you was wondering, oh, why I want people to see what he looked like so his job his life will be ruined. Like, you literally out here on social media trying to ruin somebody's life over some story, cockamamie fucking story you created in your head. So if you're going to do that, and karma works fast, because we see now what's happening to you. You being charged with all this other stuff. So there was no case there. Then why you being charged with all of this? You're not innocent in this. So I understand like a lot of you new generation kids don't understand consequences for your actions, but bitch, this is an episode we're gonna have to stick and call fuck around and find out. And you fucked around and now you about to find out the consequences of you posting somebody's personal nude body parts or whatever the case is, because they in their house. I'm inside my house. It ain't like I came to the door, dick swinging, grabbing my shit. Now, if I did that, while I see you at the door. And I've seen videos of people doing that on social media, like on OnlyFans, well, on some of them other platforms, where there are people who come to the door, pleasuring themselves, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. What's the name? New York Sexcapade, like a bunch of them be up there doing that mess, where they go and they do videos where delivery people or DoorDash, whoever is delivering food, Uber Eats, whatever you use, and they up there in the doorway beating they meat while they giving you stuff and filming it. Now, if that was a situation where he was doing that, then I'd be like, I'm on your side with it. But that's not what happened. So now you create a whole narrative, and now this is where we are. So according to let's read some of the comments. Excuse me. Over there on the neighborhood talk. So some of the people said, one person said that Ring camera saved that man's life. Another person said, meanwhile, she was on TikTok screaming like he did something to her. Another person said, and this is all women saying this, by the way. And one other person said, she basically assaulted that man. May he get justice, and she should be on a registry or something. Another person, oh, make it make sense. Hey, Mims, he said, child, hold on, because I didn't even know that he was up in here making this comment. Shout out to Make It Make Sense. I like him. But he said he about to get paid. Another person said TikTok needs to permanently ban her as well. Another person said, and they lie so confidently too, and do. Another person said, good, because if a man did what she did, y'all would lose your minds. She absolutely deserves this. And another person, as I said before, they called her ass, they said they put Emmett Till. Absolutely. And somebody said the Uno reverse card was used. OMG. And Bobby Lights in the comments said, I hope she goes to jail. And another person said, you trespass in his home, silly Billy. This generation is crashing out to go viral. Absolutely. And that's what I said. Y'all willing to ruin people's lives and destroy what it is that they got going on just because you want to have a moment on social media. I can't stand some of y'all that literally, like, I'm on here using social media in a purpose of celebrity news, gossip, entertainment, anything that's going on. Like, I have the gift of gab, so I'm using it in the right way. And a lot of y'all just be wanting that moment because them endorphins. You need y'all pussies to be puckering with them endorphins. And so y'all willing to destroy somebody's life because you want a little bit of that juice jolting through your body. So hope the bitch gets the book thrown to her. If she ends up doing time for this, she need to do time. And they need to use her as a damn example for if y'all gonna be out here trying to use your little fake white crocodile tears, if you're gonna be up in here acting like a damn saltine and you're gonna be using your little tears to weaponize in order to ruin somebody's life, oh no, bitch, you need your life ruined even worse. And thank God that man had a ring cam, because now it showed you for the fraud that you are, the fake ass bitch that you are, and you should be held accountable for the charade and the shenanigans that you pretty much created because you want to go viral on some damn TikTok. I hope it was worth it. So, I hope the juice was worth the squeeze. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to this DoorDash situation? Um, Well, I should have probably read the rest of this whole thing, because they said that she followed up with another video garnering 7 million views, according to the Post Standard, where she declared, "This is a man's world. I'm the girl." By we're talking about she a victim, but then somebody went and said, "This is what." The Oswego City Police Captain Brian Thompson told Live 5 News. He said she recorded him without his consent and then subsequently disseminated those videos. And isn't that revenge porn that you posted in somebody's video of them naked without their consent on social media? Because and then creating a whole narrative around it because you've seen something that you didn't want to see, and because your eyes was violated, now you want to go out here and create a whole narrative for attention. And say that when you're making social media posts, take an extra second to think about what you're putting into this world. And a lot of them don't. A lot of y'all be all on vibes and emotions and don't really think about there are consequences down the road to the things that you do within that moment. And then what was it? They also Henderson also posted responses from DoorDash she purportedly received. Well, one that the company also shared to its own TikTok page, reading apart, publicly sharing videos taken inside a customer's home, especially when personal information is involved, raises privacy concerns and is a clear violation of our policies. In order to protect everyone's safety and privacy, we deactivated both the Dasher and the customer's accounts and are working directly with law enforcement for additional guidance. And what people need to realize is DoorDash is protecting themselves, because if this man goes and sues and says that, oh, you allowed this girl to post information about me on social media, he could file a lawsuit not only against the delivery driver, but also DoorDash. And DoorDash is like, I'm not trying to spend money and settle over you being a thirst bucket. Now, in response to her reaching out, Oswego police launched an investigation into her allegation of SA and was immediately able to confirm that Henderson had allegedly taken video of the customer without his consent. Police have further said that the man depicted in the video had been fully cooperative of the investigation and provided a statement. According to the complex, he is not expected to be charged. They indicated that the video had been taken from the exterior of the residence. The Post additionally reports that the ring camera footage of the incident appears to show Henderson letting herself into the man's house, with police saying that there was no evidence that she had been encouraged to go in or film anything. They emphasized that her own video indicates that the male was incapacitated and unconscious on his couch due to alcohol consumption. And who hasn't had a moment where y'all be drinking and I had so much to drink, I'm gonna order me something. I'm gonna muster enough energy to squint in my eyes and everything. Be on Uber Eats ordering, and then once the order goes through, I'm like, okay, I got it. And then I'm gonna pass out on the couch. And then forgot about your order. Now, if it's left out, if I said leave it outside the house, leave it outside the house. But if my shit gets stolen, oh well, that's my fault. I left it outside the house. But the delivery driver complied. They took the picture of the food. It's on the step. I did my part and I went about my business. What you got going on in your house ain't got nothing to do with me. But Miss Emmett Till, accuser, because that's what we're gonna call her, because she literally is giving Emmett Till tease. Um, this is what you wanted. You wanted the attention, and now you got it. I would say be careful what you put out in the universe, because you don't know what form it's going to come in, but this is it. Now, in response to this, she said in a separate post, per law and crime, there have been a lot of people saying things like, I enter the customer's home or I open the customer's door. But I can assure you that I did not do either of those things. And I have obtained irrefutable proof that the door was already wide open and when I arrived to the customer's house. But due to its importance, I cannot post that proof at the time. Well, look, if this is a situation where you got to make a court appearance, which she is supposed to make a court appearance on December 4th, then you bring said evidence to the judge and your attorney. And if the proof is there, then we will change this conversation. But in the meantime, you in the wrong based off of what the evidence that has been transpired. So I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards to what your overall thoughts are on this story. So let me know what your thoughts are on it in the comments down below. Okay. So FYI, most of the cast are executive producers on the show, though. Even Chris Jenner is a producer. He said she ratchet. She only 24 and super manipulative. Ryan Murphy getting over. Child, I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Murphy goes and creates a movie based off of this whole situation. You said it grinds my gear. Well, it does. An update on my life. He said, "Oh, she's been super problematic. Sometimes we are our own worst enemy." You said they must have seen your TikTok. Clearly, it's like, yeah, they must have seen your TikTok, dummy. And then you said, "Sounds like another fun my horrible decisions game." She got what she wasn't looking for. Absolutely. And you said, "Eating my peach rings today." Speaking of ring candy, what's a peach ring? I'm so glad she got caught in her lies, and don't let her age be used for a pass. Her desperation for validation via social media should cost her and be an example for those like her, young and old. Yeah, exactly. Because you want to know something? That is true. We shouldn't let her age be used as a pass. I think oftentimes we do tend to allow youth to be an excuse for stupidity, and that shouldn't be an excuse. I think what we should look at is Um, yeah, if we're gonna use you as an example for what y'all not to do, then so be it. And yeah, age should not be a factor because social media been around long enough for y'all to know better and do better. All right, everybody. So now let's get into our final topic, and let's talk about the blue app. We try to find ways of getting around that word OF, the blue app, if you know what I'm saying, and I think you do. So anyway, there is a class action lawsuit that is being conducted against the blue app regarding an investigation because they said that the app has been accused of misleading customers into subscribing to content that they're not getting their money's worth. So the Blue app is now the subject of a new class action investigation led by New York-based Greenbaum Olbrantz LLP, which is examining whether the platform misled paying customers about what they would receive after purchasing creator content. Now, according to the firm, multiple users say they subscribe to creators' paid pages expecting specific photos, videos, or access that was advertised, only to discover that the promised content was missing or significantly different once payment cleared. Greenbaum Old Brands LLP says um, whether sorry, I almost said the word. OF's subscription model violates a range of consumer protection laws that govern digital purposes, recurring billing, and the delivery of advertised services. Users who cancel any Blue app subscription because of promised content was unavailable or different from what was promoted are being encouraged to report their experiences as part of the potential class action. So yeah, I did also come across the their Instagram page. Wait, hold on, because that's not what I wanted to do. I want to pull up their Instagram page. So they have the Instagram one where it says here, Greenbelt Old Brands LLP is investigating the Blue app, a popular internet content service for allegedly misleading customers who purchase monthly subscriptions for creator content. OF users reported they were misled into paying for monthly subscriptions, only to find the creators' available content was not as advertised. Go Law is investigating whether OF's paid subscription practices violate consumer protection laws. If you paid for an OF subscription and canceled it because you were disappointed with the available content or did not receive all of the content that was advertised, you may have legal rights that could be eligible to enjoy an OF class action lawsuit. Attorney advertising. So it's crazy how this came out 6 days ago. It only got well. Let me hit. It got 7 likes because I just liked it. There's no comments, which is kind of weird that y'all didn't put that up in there. But okay. So maybe people are not aware, but here I am bringing awareness to it. So they said the firm has been active in high-profile consumer cases this year. According to local Syracuse, the firm recently filed lawsuits against Delta Airlines and United Airlines for allegedly charging passengers premium prices for window seats that lacked actual windows. Mm. Come on, criminality and scams. Can I get a window seat? And won't you next to me? Shout out to Erica Badu. So they said those cases argued that consumers paid extra for a feature that was not delivered, paralleling the claims now being raised against the Blue app. Now, several federal laws apply to situations in which a customer pays for a subscription but does not receive the product or services advertised, where there is no single statute indicated entirely to subscription content disputes. Multiple regulations overlap to create protections for buyers. The Federal Trade Commission's negative option rule, also known as the click to cancel rule, requires companies offering automatically renewing subscriptions to clearly disclose key terms such as what the subscriber will receive, when they will be billed, and how they can cancel before any charges occur. If OF creators promote certain content as part of a subscription but do not deliver it, those discourses may be considered incomplete or misleading. But here's a question that I have before I move on with the rest of this. Now, is this the Blue app's fault or should the content creator be held accountable? Because I feel like if the content creator is up in here spreading a bunch of damn lies saying, "Oh, I'm gonna give you this, 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 and this," and then I'm sitting there expecting 20 minutes of some spank bank fun, and I'm sitting there getting a fucking 2-minute trailer that you could have just put that shit on Twitter, or that if you giving me some mid-ass pictures and you promising I'm gonna see peen and booty hole and all this other mess, and you giving me PG-13, and that a little it might be a little too much for Instagram, but not really. So you kind of put it on the blue app in order to, I guess, monetize it in some sort of way, but I'm not really getting my money's worth. Or you put it behind another damn paywall when I'm already paying, $10 to see your stuff a month, but I'm getting oh, if I want to see the extra stuff, I gotta pay $30. Well, yeah, this is what a lot of them be up on there doing, which is why I don't really mess with the Blue app. I don't even use a lot of those type of things because of that reason. Because it'd be far too many content creators pulling stunts and shows and trying to sell people a bill of goods. And then what that does, what I guess they don't realize, is that you want to create and maintain a long-standing relationship with the people that subscribe to your stuff. So when you go and you spread a lie, and yeah, you getting all that good money that month, what you've done is you ruin the trust of those people. And they're like, you know what? I'm gonna cancel. I'm moving on to the next one. And now you're seeing your value dip because you went and lied. So I always wonder, like in this whole situation, is it up to the consumer? Well, not consumer, but is it up to the content creator that's supposed to be that's promising you these things and not delivering, or should the Blue app be held responsible because they're the overall umbrella where the content is being distributed on there? I, in a way, feel like both parties should be held accountable, but I guess because OF, the app as a whole, is the broader corporation, you feel like you could probably get more juice out of that lemon rather than some scraggly little old content creator who's out here pulling stunts and shows for a little, monthly coin. So they said, meanwhile, the Restore Online Shoppers Confidential Act, which is ROSCA for short, also governs negative option billing. Under ROSCA, companies must provide clear and conspicuous information about cost and material terms, and they cannot charge customers without valid consent. If users claim they consented to pay for content they never actually received, ROSCA becomes directly relevant. The Fair Credit Billing Act allows customers to dispute credit card changes for services that weren't delivered as agreed, giving subscribers a pathway to challenge OF payments. Finally, the Electronic Fund Transfer Act prohibits recurring charges to bank account without written authorization. Users who believe they were misled can dispute charges with their bank, request refunds from the company, or file complaints with the FTC for their state attorney general. Greenbaum Obrands LLP is currently collecting account information from affected subscribers as the investigation progresses. So I'm gonna cut this clip up. Definitely, I'm gonna put it on all the social medias because I'm sure if there's some people that have been affected, call 1-800. No, don't call that number. Or 1-888-888-8888. Remember that stupid commercial? So this is me doing the whole legal stupid commercial thing. But anyway, on the serious note, if you are affected by this, I'm gonna definitely clip this and put up there. And if you were affected, definitely I guess reach out to these people over there. And they can help you out with your case. So in that and speaking of case, in that case, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards to OF investigated by a law firm for potential class action lawsuit? Do you believe that it's on the Blue app to be held responsible for misinformation, or do you think it's also the content creator who should be responsible for misleading their customers by saying that they're giving you a certain type of content but not delivering on that? That'll learn y'all to be out here spreading lies and feeding people things that you're not going to deliver on. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Was always wants a piece of someone else's pie. I've been happy with all my purchase. Oh, Black Love said, well, you better call them people. He said, I have experiences. I have followed 3 different content creators on OF, the pre-advertised claiming the show. Well, you put a lot of X's, but I know you meant triple X. And it's not what it is, what they say it is. I immediately unsubscribe. Yeah, and I'm like, is it worth it? Let me work it. But no, is it worth it that y'all be up in here trying to feed people and say, so yeah, I'm gonna give you this, but then when you subscribe, it's not what you deliver or gonna deliver. I was like, look, it took Nick Mass long enough to start showing peen on social media because he wasn't doing that before. He was always teasing. Now he lost all that weight and he went over there on the Wild Boys podcast to my he fully gay now. I'm like, girl, you was dating Murray Swanby. I don't know why you sitting up here trying to pretend like you wasn't into the men's. And now you over here showing peen on Twitter. Anyway, so I also noticed that there was a monthly fee for content, but then they want to charge additional anywhere from 20 to 50 to see. And that's why I was like, child bye. Because I'm like, first of all, if a real content creator would be like, I'm not going to give you these crazy paywalls and going to charge you $20 to $50 to see extra content. Then it's like, but wait, I'm already paying you $10 a month on that. Now, my thing is, you can make a lot of money with that. Like, if you charging people $10 a month and you got like over 20,000 followers, that's a good amount of money you're accumulating a month. But a lot of these content creators are so damn greedy. And Rome wasn't built in a day. So I think it's the content creator first, then OF second, because it has happened to me where I have bought a scene and when I come back sometime later, the video is gone, but the creator is still active. Chill. They out here scamming people. Don't mind, this is a lot of scammers. That was it. It's a lot of scammers and stuff on there. A lot of Joanna scammers, and y'all got to be aware of all the scammers that's going on there. That's why I told you I really don't. I really don't. This is why I don't subscribe to the Blue app. I don't even mess with it. Like I've gotten rid of all of that. Look, I chopped Grinder. I got rid of all that mess because I feel like it's all just a scam. At the end of the day, it's a bunch of BS. It's a bunch of ads. It's a bunch of crap, and it's like, I can get my rocks off elsewhere when I actually go out and I'm hunching. So also, if you scam me, I'm putting it on full blast for everybody to know not to subscribe, as you should. And I actually feel like more people need to do that. So if there's people out here that are scamming the girls out of their coins, out us, then yes, do us. Do your due diligence as a citizen of the United States of America. I'm assuming you live in the United States. If you're not, because I know I got international followers as well or subscribers. But do your due diligence and let us know who these people are. In the words of some Sutton Strack, name them, name them, name them, name them, name them. Now I'm being annoying because she was that annoying when she did it to Kyle last season. So name them. If my significant other is going through a rough time, what can I do to help out? Um, I feel like if they're going through a rough patch, I would ask them basically what they need to do. I mean, like, what's going on? Are you okay? If they're not willing to speak, then I feel like you need to just give them time to figure it out. Because me, when I deal with stuff, I like to sort it out in my own brain. I like to be left alone. I like to sit and figure out what's going on with me and sort it all out. And then later on, when you start to see, like, I'm coming through that situation, take the time to, okay, are you okay? What's going on? And then maybe I'll feel more comfortable wanting to talk to you about it then. Or if he's not, if your significant other's not willing to speak to you about it, if they know somebody who they're far more comfortable speaking about whatever it is, but then ask them to kind of intervene. But then again, I feel like if I'm in a relationship with you, you should feel comfortable enough to come talk to me about whatever's going on with you. But give them space, let them figure out what's going on, and when they're ready to come talk to you, at least let them know, look, whenever you're ready to talk, I'm here. I'm a good shoulder to cry on. I'm a good listenable ear, and then we can, take it from there. So hopefully I hope whatever you got going on with you, that you can work it out. All right, y'all. So now I was like, let me find out. We're doing relationship advice with Chris Avalon. We can make that as a segment. But anyway, hopefully everything works out with you, Paula Salt. 8451. But anyway, yeah, so we are officially at the end of today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. One more again, if you have not already, please hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'll be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode of the show, so definitely look out for that. It might be a late one, but yeah, nevertheless, I'll conjure something up, Lord willing, if there's some good juicy topics to tackle. But yeah, definitely love you all for watching. Thank you all for your continued support, old, new, and everybody in between. And thank you all for that was sitting here kicking with me in the comments. And so yeah, so until next time, y'all know what I'm gonna say. Ciao, darlings.